calling all cars. And phony rap stars that think they got me. I'm on some Superman shit now, they shouldn't have shot me. Cause I'm convinced that my squad is real. And God has blessed me with the power to be hard to kill. I got a mind that's full of murderous thoughts. When unleashed, I make them niggas bow. Feel me now on BGCs, I ain't choosing sides. Hell nah, fuck everybody. It's West Side when I ride, watch for dead bodies. Lyrics and colorful words and anesthetics. Problems are getting worked out faster than calisthenics. I'm bulletproof.
Yo.
Hands on the 48K.
So what you wanna do?
Move motherfuckers till they feel me.
Yes.
It's West Coast, nigga. Fuck New York. Now that everybody hear me.
Shout at my nephew, I'm a black. Screaming KevRow every time I'm up. Welcome back. Machiavelli. Yeah, it's like a chess game. Another bad boy affiliated nigga is killed. Machiavelli. It's like a chess game. Yeah. There they go. Yeah. You told.
All these niggas either sniffing the glass and they living off the past.
That's why I'm blowing money fast with the bros.
Lately I've been seeing niggas sell their soul. How you catch your case and bail out on the road?
How?
I've been state to state getting money on the road. Had to reevaluate
Yes.
who I can talk to on the phone.
Switch it up.
Spit the game, pay attention, you should listen up. Follow
Yes.
code and one day you will get rich as us.
Okay.
7 digit street nigga, that ain't rich enough.
Okay.
40 million on the crib like that nigga Puff.
Boom.
Niggas buying yachts, niggas buying jets. Made me wanna buy the block just to reinvest. How my young niggas catch
Yes.
none left.
Favors, nigga.
Mr. Machiavelli moving pieces like telekinesis. It's like a chess game. Let's play with real pieces. Shots ring. Another bad boy affiliated nigga was Mr. Machiavelli moving pieces like telekinesis. It's like a chess game.
Yeah. It's been so long. Yeah. Talk to them, no.
Mogul and they know that.
And they know that.
Logo on my
Flow match. Match the throwback.
Everywhere I go, flex.
The valet park on some low shit.
Whole lot of smoke in that Rory, that thing post.
I be burning rubbers. Wearing cameras, they be undercovers.
Under pressure, man, statements.
Change on they brothers. But the streets will never love you.
I wonder what it come to in your brain
For you to run to.
Once the haters.
Handcuffers and maces. Cause my culture is contagious.
Third generation.
Hell, is it the gangbangers?
I live long enough to see it change. Think it's time to make a rain. Finally looking like they made.
Find me out in different places. I'm the spook by the door, this the infiltration. Double bag dressed in blue laces. You talk to them though. I'm the spook by the door, this the infiltration. They don't know nothing about it. They killed Dr. Sabi, he was teaching health. I fuck with Rick Ross, he be teaching well. I'ma teach myself. I don't need your help. Special evening. They got hustle speaking. So when our investors had to come strategic. About to let me run, look like fucking geniuses. It was me and Stevie. Anything I want, nigga, anything I needed. Gotta pace yourself, it's all about your breathing. It's all about your reason. There it is. Yeah. Hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't. Hater. Man, it's all under George, man. Hey.
I flash back on that shootout at the beach.
20D.
You tried to squeeze your gun jam.
And they release.
Blood on your tape.
How many stains? I see 3.
The bed started to panic,
So I made her switch seats.
Driving that. Police chopper head flying down. Really not too spooked, calmly ask me,
Am I dying now? till your blood leaking. And my foot on the dash.
Toss the 40, we pull up today, your friends see crash.
They know the alibi.
They start shooting, we was standing by. Ain't see nothing but flame from the talents fly.
I wasn't there, I was driving by.
Matter of fact, don't say shit, I'm just gonna drop you in the back and slide.
That's my weed and the cash is mine.
I take them both to the spot, plus your phone till you back online.
Talk to him, no. Yo. Yeah, I know they hating. Press one. I know they in the background hating like a bunch of communist religious zealots that don't know what to do. Press one. I know they back there. And ain't no reason to hide in the background. Kev, I'm the truth. Ain't no way around it. Press one. They all mad. Understanding. Oh, now it's under George. You right, it's under George, sir. You right. You ain't saying nothing. You ain't saying nothing. They are under George, champion. I tried to tell them, stupid. Press one. Man, this for my niggas in the back that's just watching this shit. Shout out to y'all. Press what? This one for y'all buster ass niggas. He's a buster. He's a buster. He's a bow. He's a buster. You right. They in the hands of George, just like that, nigga. I thought you knew.
I am what I am. What I'm not, see, I never beat. Niggas whooping up until we meet.
Yeah.
Catch him like it, put him on TV.
Boom.
And if I sit down,
I'm pushing your murder rate.
My niggas gon' slide every day.
Every day.
You talking that shit, I can't wait. So it's I am what I am. What I'm not, see, I never beat. Niggas whooping up until we meet. Catch him like it, put him on TV.
Boom.
And if I sit down,
I'm pushing the murder rate. Them niggas gon' slide every day. Talk to him, little nigga. You know how I rock? I can. I ain't never getting cool with the ops. I get that money, I do it a lot. I got it on me. I don't give a fuck. Ah, yeah, woo, you know what to do. I throw the set when I come in the room. Harder than offered 100 million. And then more than 102. Send me the Addy, I'm coming to you.
send me that Addy, I'm coming to you.
I'm just touchdown. Man, like welcome to the rack. I need a gun, where's that? It's KevRow on my back, stupid. And I ain't talking about a tat. Henny, yak. They be all smiles and possums. Yeah. I'm really like that. Yeah. I'm telling you, they not like that. Sweetie! Like I ain't on the block, man, this shit'll get ugly. Like I ain't hot, bitch, I'm giving 3rd degrees. Doing burglary. He's serving me. That was curving me. Need surgery, stupid. I'm grandson. Dead rob your crib, I'll be dead wrong. Hello, stupid. 3D. Icebox shining my VVs. My shit glow like cheap key. Switch on the got my bullets on repeat. Niggas act tough, really don't wanna see me.
When they see me, niggas blind like Stevie. Ain't finished school, ain't learn about a picture.
They try to piece to the end up like T Street. Boom. That come with time. I do a hit and I'm in and I'm out. Niggas been whoop. Nigga, I'm striking you out. Oh, that's how I got him in the chokehold. Oh, if I should die, I'ma push it. Everybody gotta go. Facts. Woo, you know I feel good. You know I feel good because guess what? It's Student Appreciation Week, and all of the students that fell off. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the. I gotta feel my music before I do my live stream. I know they hate that too. I know they hate that in the background watching. Kev. George, man. Press what? I walked him down, didn't I? I walked. Nigga, not Kev. No. When it's really, yeah. When it's really, you can't change your mind now. It's over, bro. It's over, little twerp. Press 1. I thought you knew it. Niggas be trying to steal my work, Karen Devine. They be trying to see it. They be trying to take pieces of me, take my scientific theories, and hold them as they own. They be around this bitch talking their historical facts, but never state their sources because it's Kev, you feel me, Tracy? Kev is the source. Hit the like button and subscribe. They're capped in their knowledge and wisdom. They can't go no further than the flat surface on the hat. Press 1. I told you. It's not your fault as far as the people. No. Y'all, like I said, this metaverse is like Space Jam. Y'all just sit back and cheer for y'all favorite ones, and I'm going to slay them. Press 1. They don't have nothing for us. They can't teach nothing, so they want to come against me in secret attack. You feel me, Ubadiah? You feel me, Ubadiah? Shout out to you for your support and your continuous support for this program. I love y'all out there. They be mad because they can't teach like me. They be trying to wear their clothes like me in real life. Press 1. They be around this bitch trying to just get a piece of kale. They wasn't never dressed up or nothing. Nothing. I gave them some flavor. Press. They be like, this is what it feels like to be Kev. Press 1. I know a little something. They be trying to talk to their girlfriends with knowledge and wisdoms. Press 1. Press 1. They be trying to talk to them and never quote their sources. So to them, their little girlfriends be like, and they friends and they homeboys be like, oh, you're bright. And then Kev come around and they're like, oh, they sink in. Press 1, they come around, they sink in. Press 1, they ain't got the guilty. Press 1, I love this. I love my class. I like the few questions that I got early in my classroom. Shout out to the 2 women who decided to ask some real questions. This page is for real questions. If you don't have a question, then you're not moved. If you're not moved, I will move you. Press 1. I will make sure you are removed. That means you have no level of competency. You are not competent enough to ask the correct question, even if it's just taking a chance. So that's my thing, is to get the men focused. No more of this bitch nigga spirit that these busters have brought into my classroom. Press 1. No more bitch nigga spirit. No bitch nigga spirit. No big nigga debit. Press what? Nothing, nigga. Get your ass out of here. All that scary shit. All this betrayal because they scared. They are not paying attention. You hear me, Bocat? They're not focused. They're just pretending, trying to hang around Kev, but they really this. Press 1, that's them. Them the old trolls. Press. They really this. They have no comprehension of nothing but the allegoric mindset, a scientific-based mind. Nothing. They have nothing of no legal, nothing. Press 1. They ain't doing no research in their thought of Redeemer and Christ. It's all allegorical. Press 1. It's all allegory. To have hope in the allegory is insane. Press 1. That what makes you you need a ward over you. Press 1. So I urge Rico to look for a home he can stay in. Press 1 that will accept his type of lunacy, because he is a lunatic. They're all lunatics. They thought I was having fun, but I was rallying the troops. Press 1, hit the like, but they thought I was having fun and clowning around. but Kev was getting his testimonials together. Press 1. Everything I've been doing, watch this, loser, because you ain't did nothing. The Rock says, everything I've been doing on the internet, Press 1 has been nothing but testimony. I ain't just been spewing my heart out to you as the individual. You know, this is the collective, and all germs and worms gotta go. Look, outside legal memory, compos mentis, Press 1, you don't remember, right? So when Karen asked that question early, they can't remember nothing they talking about. They're just clerical troll demon, afraid of the truth. They've been told I'm the truth, man. I know this one. I know all these books. You don't know any law. So all this you learned is from your enemy. Yeah. So your conception on God's itself is upside down and perverted. Yep. So that's why they're confused. They're nothing but living trolls, here only as just to waste time. Parasites. Press 1, viruses in God's community. That's it. This whole world, you nothing more. You amount to nothing more but being a leech and a parasite and an earthworm, a mimic. Press 1, nothing. Pineal gland filled with things you can't even comprehend. When over here, it's just basic, man. It's basic. We watching these videos, we getting a greater understanding. If you don't have no questions, that's on you. I'm moving forward. I asked Karen Devine, what's the lawful capacity you speak of, Miss Karen Devine Williams? Because the trolls in the back, which are men of the effeminate, the feminine divine category, they have no understanding because they all been compromised. So it's going to take a lot of women. Press 1. It's going to take a lot of women, a lot of effort. So I think the questions that will get answered, because I'm realizing they're stuck in an allegorical perspective. Nothing, they are ignorant of the law. They believe Bible, law, and history is Bible, what you say, Bible, law, and history is more effective than pure allegorical insane conceptions. Because the allegorical perspective is that of the law. So if you're not referencing the law, you have no power. You just running them flaps, taco shells you got in your face. Press 1. Back there talking. It was all good just a few months ago. Press 1. You like little kids. So indecisive. Little boys. So indecisive. Playing around. Trying to feed off the next man. Because you don't have any man. You don't have the mind of a complete man. You got the mind of a corpse. And you're unconscious. You're part of the unconscious community. Your soul doesn't have a conscience. You're not aware. You're not woke. You're hypnotized. In an Aryan dream state. Stuck. Press 1. That's it. Stuck. A soul waiting for judgment. And a lot of them is doing bad things in the awaiting phase. Just doing random, just dumb stuff. You got niggas in jail in hell. Now listen to me. This is the underworld. Is niggas in jail in the underworld. This is where that's how you know they crazy. That's how you know. They in jail. Press 1. They just spending their time playing. And when you ascend mentally or get closer to God, press 1, you can really tell and see, wow, this person is demonic. This person has been wearing a mask. Wow. They can't hold on to you with the mask. See, holding on to you helps the mask stay in place. No. Hold your own as a man. Because, Karen, every woman needs a head. Press 1, you are decapitated. The black woman in America is decapitated. Why? Because they care more about celebrities and Tory Lanez than the truth. They rather research 14 stab wounds and daydream. Listen to me, ladies. Over law and order. So all of them. Press 1, I got them. They know I got them. Look at them laughing. They know I got them. They rather just... They're not supposed to be distracted. As the head of household, you carry the burden. Press 1. That's your responsibility, not crying. Not on the internet talking about women got narcissism, dropping Instagrams like some hoes. Women ain't got no narcissism. They just women. Your ass just believe dumb shit to validate your sin of not doing and knowing nothing. That part, look at them. Look, they don't know nothing. They don't want to know nothing. And Karen, what's that question you had? Are we just going? Well, I understand you as the Redeemer. They can't even get there. They ain't been doing no studying. Now, how would it feel, Karen, listen to me, to have a man not know this and you fucking him? Then press 1, and then you got to get on YouTube and see this black man be played with the way that he be played with on his internet. Press 1. They not a quarter of it. Miss Williams. Press 1. These men sit up and daydream about sports and rap, and both of them argue with each other all day about which is a greater profession, the gangbanger or the sportsman. Press 1, this one, and then that one. Neither one of the two know no stats on the law. None. They Press 1 and you can't come over here if you're not ready to wake up as a man. That's the only thing they told me. Press what they taught me over here. These students refuse, Ali, to wake up. These niggas won't even get a twitch. There's beep, beep. You know that beep? Just when you about to pull a plug. Beep. Hold on, like Hulkamania is still in there somewhere. These niggas. Press 1, let the spirit of Hulkamania deteriorate. Press what? Tormented, useless, worthless souls. Unconscious. Not worth nothing in the universe they believe in. In the universal universe of the galaxy, and this is universe 25, I'm reporting in. These niggas don't want to know shit, but they just want to have fun and party. And that shows, let me see, in your little scientific world, that has all the increment of a dying planet. Press 1. So somebody out there on planet Risk or somewhere in Milkomeda, somewhere in them galaxies, please hear. If we ain't making it. Everybody. There's not enough men. Press 1. The men they're not responding to no life. They're just playing around, talking about Kev. You see what happened yesterday with Tory Lane? No, I didn't. I was studying. Oh, let me remind you then. See, at 1233, which is Illuminati numerical code for Puffy and Jay-Z, press when they know all this, brother. They've been studying. Just what I'm going to say. Press one. I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to go over to Coffee and Kush TV live, and I'm going to talk about it. Watch how many idiots show up besides us. We at class. We just going to be playing and observing. Press watch. I guarantee 2, 3, 4, 500 of them show up. Press button. A bunch of them. Shannon Roman. Why you sending me a heart? I don't do emoji, boo-boo, and you late. You 27 minutes late. That means you ain't got no homework. Press 1. So don't send me no heart. You don't love me. Don't try to enchant me, boo-boo. With that tube top and them spaghetti, what you got on the blouse? What's that, some lingerie, little short set combo you walking up in class with? Huh? Nobody cares. Get your little prissy walking ass up out of here, walking like a kitty cat through the here. I don't want to, you not important. The subject matter is, ain't nobody bigger than the program but me. 1.8 second. Time out. Press 1. Prancing around, sending me hearts and things. So, beauty will bring a good man down. Press 1. Little short combination sets like that. You ain't got to block it. I was just talking shit. That's my flow of classroom. Press 1. That's my flow of a classroom. You ain't got to be on block. I'm just letting you know. Don't walk up in here prancing around with the little centerpiece on. Press 1. Go on, sit back and pay attention. If you're not calling in, don't be like, what's that one with the short haircut and the boob job? Magnificent Taylor. I can got something to do for you. I can do something for you. No, you can't. You can't do nothing for me but give me a headache. You don't know nothing. I don't fuck corpses. Hey, calm that shit down in the back. I don't fuck corpses. I'm not involved in necromancy. Yeah, that's a parable bar for that ass. Press 1. The Rock says, press 1, know your role. Hit the lane, I don't do it, boo-boo, so y'all might as well walk around that way. Follow them niggas in the bungalows. Check them niggas out. Shooting dice in the back. Ain't learning shit. Just making snitch videos about Whack 100. Yeah, they over there. Yeah, go prance around them them Negroes. Y'all all dead. Press 1, so let the dead fuck and bury the dead. Press 1. They ain't gonna have nothing but dead children. Press 1, who gonna grow up dead of the law. Press 1. Now, if I have kids on this earth, press 1, I want them to be instructed of the law. Press 1. They not about to be raised in rebellious mode in the thought process of y'all prayers, demons, and traumas y'all allow the demons to hold on to. Press 1. That's not going in there. Press 1. Re-download McAfee antivirus program initiated. Press 1. So no, they can't come in here. Go mess with them niggas in the basketball court. They don't know nothing. Press 1. They just want to be cool. Y'all leave me alone. Facts. If you don't know nothing, you a dead body. You just gonna lay there like that. And then they gonna blame me. Press 1. They're gonna say, Kev, press what? They're gonna make YouTube videos and say, Kev, press what? When it's really you. Press 1. It's gone. Press 1. Oh, I'm talking shit out here early in the morning, right before school. We got, how much time we got left in homeroom we got 4 more minutes before I switch over. Press 1. So the men are dead and the women are dead. Press 1. That's necromancy. You're involved. How do you get out? Oh my goodness. How do you get out of this state of being? The women are going crazy. With no head. The heads is over there saying, hey man, the chakras need to be raised up in the almighty. Press 1. Consciousness of the universe. Press 1. So everything is fucked up. Press 1. The women are decapitated running around. Where the men at? The men are over there without a body saying, I don't know. Y'all need to pay half. Every day. The women ain't shit. Women, I don't like the way they press 1. No, that's an attitude. That's an attitude. I don't want no robotic. Keep the, nigga, I'm all right with them. Press 1. All that, smack on the ass, that. Press 1, get them grits. I told you, right there. Something to conquer in this world. But these niggas, press 1. Man, these girls, when I was sisters, man, they wanted to do things, bro. They won't even go half. Ask me, can I build a house? What? Fuck build it. They come down, you can rent. You ain't doing shit but crying like little girls. Crying, literally crying. Crying like little ass girls. No, they ain't got tears. They say those for when they're in the car going home. Press 1. They be having all these women problems. Press 1. I'm so tired of these niggas. And then I ask, are you studying? No, man. I got crazy shit going on right now. But that's why this stuff is going crazy. See, man, that's why I don't even come over here, man. No, you got to be a man first. Press 1. Yeah, but every time I press 1, but sound familiar? Bitch ass nigga. Press 1, then they get on the Instagram and post women in our system they don't care about men or nothing. Busters. Press 1, and that nigga, one of them niggas no law. All of them incompetent. That's why you mad. Cause your girl out here fucking competent men. Press 1, or somebody else you see competency in. Press 1. So don't bring me half the story. Press 1, damn it. I'm tired of this shit. Ain't no girl or woman in her right mind gonna leave a good man in this day and age. Cause I'm looking at niggas. I know. Like, bro, stop it. What up, Ollie? You hear this shit? I got 4 more minutes. And then they gonna call me. Oh, man, this is what's going on, man. Man, it's a dream be like, bro. Then I got to get out the house, but one. I don't think niggas want half. I think they want to be free. I think niggas want to be rent free. Ownership free. Full of incompetence. That's what I learned about our community. It's just full of incompetence. I'm like, that's the problem. Incompetent men. Ignorant of the law. Can't teach her nothing. Press 1. Hit that like button and subscribe. Now, Ali doesn't know, but I got a question for Ali. Nigga, you don't got no question? Press 1 in the chat room. You should have a question. I'm looking for people. They go, Ali, You should have a question, sir, Mr. Yes, sir, facts. Press 1 in sales and all that. What is your question regarding all? You see that? Got him. All of this information. Bocat, Benjamin, got him. Look, they cheering. Look at him. Look, Tony Brown. Now hold that thought. Now don't be the nigga you talking about. Press 1. Don't be the nigga you talking about. Press 1. I'm gonna show y'all. Now, don't be the nigga you agreeing with. We all saw D-Jack. We all saw these niggas do these things. Press 1. So you're not part. Now that we're clear, what's the difference in my students and you agree with me? Press 1. Don't be that. What's the question? Press 1. Wow, I love this program. And what's the question, nigga? You got it's too much power, too much information. Walking around here for pressing ones and just agreeing to agree with Kev. Now it's time to find out if you're comprehending what you're agreeing about. Press 1, hit the like button and subscribe. Right, ladies? Press 1 if you agree. This is the right steps. These are the right steps. I'm a great professor. You can attest to that. I'm a great professor. Now, here's the good part. What is the question? We're moving on into class. It's been 30, 40 minutes of awesome playing with y'all and making y'all laugh. Now it's time for class. Now it's time for class. The Redeemer, right, Karen? Ali should be able to answer that. Hit the like button and subscribe. See, because Karen, what needs to be discussed is Kev going to do it for us, or are we have to stand in our power? That's an awesome question. One of the most brilliant questions, Cameron, I've been asked today. And guess what? We got all these great men in here. That's one who is wielding they got their armor on, right? They got, and remember, no, bro, don't cry, nigga. No. See, y'all gotta understand what we up against. Press 1. You have to understand what white supremacy is. Press 1. And if you don't know what white supremacy is, and Soul Invictus, and you around here playing, you need to be asking some questions, because you ain't going no further. You're not about to beat the class to the end or nothing. I told you, sell your house. Oh, you don't got one. Oh, you don't have it. Oh, like the rest of us, we don't even got mobile homes. I'm about to buy me a mobile home at the very least. I can't do it no more, y'all. Time for me to become an American. Press 1. You gotta understand what your ass is up against. When I say white supremacy or something, you really have to understand. So, fellas, what's the question? Let me put on the screen what you fighting against before you ask this question, Ali. I know you're this close to asking. So before you do, I just want to show you what white supremacy look like to our brothers. And what you're up against is very important. Okay? I'm going to see exactly what y'all know. Especially the men, because the men, y'all should know better. Y'all do know better. I know you do. I believe in you. Press 1. I believe in you. They mad because they can't get in class no more, and we about to have fun. So, what does white supremacy look like? Ali, go ahead. Give me the answer. What does it look like? In your brain, what does it look like? When I say white supremacy, what does it look like? You're free to answer in the chat room. I'm right here. I don't know why y'all run. Where y'all going? Where y'all going? All right, I'll answer it for you. Ladies, this is the white supremacy these niggas see in their brain. Press 1. This nigga right here. Press 1. Hit the like button and subscribe. Ladies. When they say white supremacy, this is what they talking about. Check. Check. All right, I moved on now. I'm just teaching now. Check. Universe 25, Ali. And see, Ali should have been at. He not asking questions. You just saying things. Universe 25, what? What you talking about? What you talking about, Ali? Universe 25, what? What is you talking about? Compile the sentence. Huh? Help me. Huh? Question. What is question? See, y'all got to be asking questions. Y'all got to be asking questions because y'all tripping. I'm up here thinking I'm tripping. No, y'all tripping. Y'all tripping. So what is it? Bocat, absolutely right. Could it be Roman civil law? Of course. That's this right here. Type it in. Roman civil law. Press 1. Roman civil law. Roman civil law. This KevRow University, School and Study of Law University. Your mind must wrap around legal conceptions. Concepciones. Press 1. I don't understand Universe 25 as a word. I need the legal aspect of what was just answered. Could it be Roman civil law? Yes, sir. You got to understand, this is how they came and are coming. Roman civil law. Press 1. Who understands that? They're coming like this. So this is your white supremacist, Roman supremacist God. And who is this that's on the screen? If you know the answer, and this is for the chat room, for the men. Who is this? Who is this person you see on the screen? Not Brad Pitt, the actor. Who is this? Okay. Robert Lane Jr. and chat room. Achilles. Press 1. Hit that like button and subscribe. Achilles. And what is the story of Achilles? Robert Lane Jr.? Bro, you need to go back and this don't even look like Caesar. This is like typical. Every man should know this, sir. I'm trying to work with you. And what is it about Achilles? What is it about him? Let me see something. Let me see if I open up my phone lines. Because I really want to understand from the audience, what is it about Achilles? Who is he? Who is he? Or should I say, what's he known for? Jeez Louise. What up, champion?
Yes, sir. So I just wanted to share my info on the character Achilles.
Go ahead.
So from what I know is that he was dipped in a sort of pool. So his mother held him by his heel. And so that pool made him immortal. So he could not be hurt by any weapon except that heel, which never actually was dipped in the water. So relating it, I thought on the prophecy in Genesis, whereby God curses the serpent and the woman. He says that thou shalt bruise his heel.
Go ahead.
He shall crush. And he says the son of the woman or the seed of the woman will crush the serpent's head. So the Achilles is the vulnerable part. So I just related it to this character, which is a Greek figure or a Roman figure, but with the same qualities as the prophecy that was prophesied in Genesis when God cursed both the serpent and the woman, because he said to the serpent, the seed of the woman will crush your head and you shall bruise his heel. And so with this character being having his heel or Achilles' heel as the only vulnerable part of his body whereby he could be hurt, I related it back to Genesis. And I think he actually got struck by a poison arrow or something on his heel, and that is how he died, I think. But I studied this when I was still doing some research into all these mythologies, trying to get some understanding on it. But
Right.
I just thought about it now, relating it back to Genesis and the curse of the serpent and the prophecy of the seed of the woman, which is Christ, which would rise to crush the head of the serpent. Yes, sir, can you hear me?
I'm right here with you.
Yes, sir. So that is just what I wanted to share, my perspective and knowledge on the character Achilles.
Okay. So, how do you relate that? Because it is mythos.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you,
So,
where is this in the law?
In the law.
Ooh.
So it is basically in Christ, because that is the only way I can relate it back to the law, is relating it back to that verse in Genesis, that prophecy rather, whereby the only way the serpent would hurt Christ
No
by
serpent,
hurting.
no Genesis, no Bible. Take the mythos, find the Roman myth in the law. When did this happen?
So since that movie is based on the city of Troy and how it fell, that guy Achilles representing the Greeks, because he was actually hired for the Greeks.
It's a mythos. It represents Greek, Roman, same thing, civil law.
Yes,
When did this happen? Out of the allegorical perception, which makes you insane, how do you explain the mythos in history?
So in the mythos, so it starts with the invasion. So when we were actually overthrown and placed in concentration camps, and we never actually left the concentration camps, we just received a new status from the same jurisdiction of law, which is Roman civil law. So we received a status of civil death. That is how we ended up in mortmain, meaning in dead hands or corporate hands, because a corporation is a corpse, as you taught us. So we are in a death grip, as the lady in the video explained. So we've been in mortmain ever since we were without a king.
We know that. I'm not asking for the answer to that. That was said in the chat room. What I'm asking is, you see this white man on the screen? How do you beat him? This is Roman civil law.
Yes, sir. So the only way to beat him for us is to lift up the serpent, which is Christ must
No.
be raised.
No. Call back. No. You see? We must raise the Christ or this one. No. Comprehension in the law. You must wake up from a allegorical concept of the law. You can't even get to the law because the white man sitting right on this screen has defeated you. How you gonna get past this white man on the screen? You're not holding yourself up in the responsibility of your duty. You must be risen. You can't raise me. You are going to learn comprehension. You're going to take it from the myth to reality. How do you defeat white supremacy and putting it off on a prophecy you can't interpret? Not knowing when it happened, when the emergence of that's already passed. How are you going to get past this Roman civil guard right here? You have the responsibility. You the one who needs the saving. You needs to show yourself approved in order to be redeemed. You. Waiting and thinking Kevin is going to do it for you isn't happening. It's not happening. You're going to comprehend every myth that's out there in legal basis. That's what you're going to do. You're going to learn how to stop speaking all this allegorical stuff that has confused you, that's making you insane. If you're operating an allegorical mind, you are incompetent. You're under Roman civil law, submerged in your subconscious, hypnotized by spell words in the Black's Law Dictionary. Champion. There's no miracle besides you waking up from an allegorical mind, because that's nonsense. That's lunacy. You have a duty to learn and comprehend and take it from what the mythos is and bring it into legal form. How are you going to do that? Ali, how are you going to do it? How you going to beat him? You know the Achilles heel. You know that part. You know the baptism or the dropping of the water, hold him. Cool. Now, where is this in the law? Where did this happen? Where is this? Because this is Ham. This is time immemorial. This is time out of mind. So when did it happen? All 9 areas of activity. How did it happen? Who, what, where, when, and why, and how? A man isn't, you have an analytical mind, logistical base. So you have to think your way out of this. You're hypnotized in your subconscious. And what rules over you is this big old white man sitting right here. Now, Achilles is over you. You can call him whatever you want to. There's many names for this, many depictions of the same stuff. This is what's over you in your brain. How are you legally going to come out of this? When this was done, way got time out of mind. Benjamin said, we just got to wait and we got to then why do I have a class? Because we're not doing no lifting. Press 1, ladies. We're not doing no lifting. Your comprehension of it is the lifting. Your understanding of it is your redemption process, your testimony. Makes you a competent witness. A competent witness to that testimony. And if you can't comprehend that, then you need some more studying to do or something. You need to ask more questions. Because you're not taking those allegorical concepts as a witness. Only thing you're going to prove is going to show you're incompetent and they're right. They have a legal bond on your incompetency. Press 1. They have a legal warship over you. That lady in that video didn't mention none of that stuff. Press 1. Did you go back and research any of the laws, Benjamin? There was many Shelley cases and many things that could have been researched. Are we researching? There it is. You're giving them jurisdiction by being incompetent. Write that down. If you are operating in allegorical concepts of the law, you are incompetent. Compos mentis. That's the will of death. He's undefeated, right? So don't participate. Chris, if you came here to stand by as a man and not participate, something is wrong with your haircut this month. Sir, you're going to participate. I don't know where in y'all brain. Come on, let's fight them. So Chris says, Chris says, let me put your shit up here, Chris, because this is going to be a fun class for me this year. All right, let's take Chris's analogy. Don't do nothing. And press 1 and turn away. Hit the like button and subscribe. That's a route you can go. That's a route you can. Don't do nothing. Don't participate. Don't do nothing. Press 1. What that's gonna do? What you not participating gonna do? What's that gonna do, Chris? Go ahead and expose. I'm in the classroom, then I'm playing professor. I'm playing student with questions. So go ahead, tell us more. Don't participate with what? I think I got my phone lines open too. 424-209-9506. This should be interesting. Don't participate. So you gonna let the will of death just steamroll you over? Rule number 1 in this chess game of life. You're going to play. If you don't move, would that be You remain dead? What is that the equivalent? I don't know. I'm trying to conceive the question. I'm ready. I'm here waiting. There we go. Give me something. Lord have mercy. Give me something. Coffee and Kush TV.
B from Texas.
Oh, geez. B from Texas. You're on the air. What up, champ?
Yes, sir. What's going on, son?
What's going on, champ?
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
What is the Achilles heel? That's the question should be, what is the Achilles heel? That should be the question, I'm thinking of, what is the Achilles heel? In this situation.
This is the only situation you got. What is Achilles? And all 9 actors, who is this Greek god and what is it about? Because that's according to every person's each and own study. I don't know who's going to have a project at the end of this week, but you can ask to yourself, what is Achilles heel? You know what I'm saying? That's part of your study, probably. That'll be part of your study. Now, what does that represent?
Right. And, even like with the story of Achilles, they infiltrated, Troy, similar to what happened in history. I'm like, yeah, Kev. That was just the question. I don't want to steer nobody's mind the wrong way, because I'm pretty sure they got some good questions, but I'm just like, dang, that's the question,
Well, Chris said, what do you think? He said that's the will of death. He's undefeated, right? So don't participate. What do you think of that?
The lady and the librarian said that they do it aggressively. You gotta be aggressive in the law. You can't just get in there, come to court, don't say nothing. That makes you, they gonna say you dumb.
Hey, hold on. So, Chris, I need you to understand this. So don't participate. B is trying to tell you in his own way. Say it again, B.
They're gonna say that you're dumb. Dumb as in can't speak. You gonna be looking. They're gonna be like, what are you looking at? That's all you can do is just look, because you're not gonna be able to participate being silent. Silence is agreement.
Oh my goodness.
So now you don't have no say so. You're gonna be in agreement to whatever they put down. So yeah, that part that ain't gonna work. Just not playing the game. So it's what it is.
So you gonna participate?
whether you want to or not. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. For real.
Hey, you can't be a mute.
At all. You have to have something to say. You have to state your grievance. You have to. What are you here? What would you be there for? What would you be there for?
So if Chris don't say nothing, what's gonna happen?
They gonna continue doing what they doing. He gonna just steamroll. For real. He gonna get ran over, bro. For real. Like, they gonna run you over. A closed mouth don't get fed. So many ways to say it. That's what it's gonna be. Yes, sir. I'm like, man, it's a weakness there. You like with Achilles, their heel. What is Achilles standing on? Like, I'm thinking about a heel. He's standing on that heel. What is he standing on? You know, like, that's another question. Like, what is he standing on? You know, trying to think another way to say that, but yeah.
What you mean? What he's standing on? What do you mean?
Like, what's the foundation of his power?
There you go.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So he must be standing on something. And what is the foundation of his power? Is a great starting point. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. All right. They using they using law. Roman civil law. Everything is in law. So where's the weak point in a law?
That's what you're. Boom. There it is. Where is Achilles' heel in the law? Where is the weak point when attacking the law? Well, I wouldn't say attacking the law, summoning the law. That's what I say.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because he undefeated.
You can't beat the law. The sting of the law is what?
The sting of the law is, hold on, let me pull that scripture.
Go ahead.
Hold up. The sting of the law.
So you better come correct. Or what's going to happen, Chris, if you stand there, bro?
All right. 1 Corinthians 15:56.
Go ahead.
The sting of death is sin.
Uh-huh.
The power of sin is the law. The sting of death is sin. The power of sin is the law.
Okay. So where's their foundation?
The foundation, the power of sin is the law.
Okay.
It's the law.
Is the law over you?
Definitely.
Definitely.
You a minor. I'm gonna say we are minors in law. We have to have somebody over us. So we are labeled black in law. So it's in the law.
Everybody is under the law.
Everybody, yeah, no matter who, everybody, you right, everybody is under the law. Ain't no way around it. Dang, everybody.
Everybody is under the law. So their foundation is the law.
It's the law. So we gotta find out, like the where's the chink in the armor of the law?
Bingo.
We gotta get through it. Yeah, we need that. We need that point. You're right. If we don't know that, you can't even. Yeah, we need that point, the chink in the armor.
We need that. You won't even have a point of entry.
For real, you can't even shoot a bullseye. It's gonna bounce right off of them. Like, oh no, you're incompetent. This one is, you gotta have a point of entry. Where's the chink in their armor? All right. Dang. Okay.
You got to go to the foundations of the law.
Okay, the foundations of the law
that we are under today.
The Constitution. The Constitution. Because everything in law that they stand on, it starts there.
Right.
Everybody up under. Okay. Let's see. We're going to start there.
See, Lewis, if you're not calling in, I know you texted messaging me on Google Hangout and you're calling it in and you're in my chat room just chatting away. And no, it's not that. Chill out. If you want to call in, tell her, B, what you got to do?
Hit that line.
Hit that line. Tell her to stop texting Kev. Kev got enough on his plate. Tell her.
Send and call is the same action. Press that button.
Stop overloading my chat with the nonsense. Just call it in. You have to teach that. You have to say it. Go ahead, champion.
All right. Oh, man, hold on. Hey, let me go right back.
Don't be taking the collective and going over there and messaging me, then coming back to my chat. You in here, you can speak. There is no more of that. That's it. My class got to be successful. And to be honest, in order for that to work, you have to call in. I was debating whether I was going to go live today. I said, hey, look, people ain't going to ask no questions. Then I can wait. So, but thank God for questions. But yeah, I'm on a whole nother path with my program.
All right, I just pulled the Constitution.
Go ahead.
The Constitution of the United States is the supreme law of the United States of America. Wow.
Okay.
Okay. The highest level. So they standing on that.
Right.
It superseded the Articles of Confederation.
Go ahead.
The nation's first constitution on March 4th, 1789.
Okay.
Originally included 7 articles. The Constitution delineates the frame of the federal government. So it's the frame of the federal government.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Obadiah, shout out to you. Shout out to Nelda B. Shout out to Robert Lane Jr. for y'all contributions. Robert for today, Nelda for last night, and Obadiah for his continuous support. Thank you. Go ahead. We good?
Looking at the yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
All right, the Constitution and the Founding Fathers.
Right.
The Constitution is the framework, and how they separated. They separated and made themselves independent of the king.
That's right. So that goes back to what? The Constitution?
And the Declaration of Independence.
Which one first?
Okay, look. I looked this up. The Declaration, all right. I just put Constitution and the Declaration of Independence.
Which one is first?
It says the Declaration of Independence declared American colonies separation from British rule.
Got you.
While the Constitution of the United States established the framework for the new independent government.
And that's the mind frame we need to be thinking about when taking notes. Not in an allegorical mind state of what you think, Son of Man and all of these things. Stay right here in class. Right here. This is the mind frame. This is the state of being you need to be in. Right here. Go ahead, champion.
All right, with the Declaration of Independence, with them setting up colonies to separate themselves.
What's a colony?
A colony is, let me go back. Colony, let's do it. That's important, yeah.
It's important. What's a colony? What a province is, so we can get a grand perspective of what's going on here.
Okay, a colony, it says a country or area under full or partial political control in another country, typically a distant one, occupied by settlers from that country. All right,
So they're what? They're federalists.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
You said, all right, then you said colony, and then what was the other one? Colony, and then a province.
Provinces.
Yeah, provinces. Okay, a province is a principal administrative division of certain countries or empires. So that's, all right, the colonies and the provinces are established by an outside.
That's what it's telling you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So we dealing with Roman civil law. That's Rome setting up.
Those going to be your provinces setting up colonies, and this is where the Pilgrim stories allegorically come into play.
Yes, sir. I can see it now. Boom, we setting up shop. We putting our flag. We putting our flag here on this land. Wow. Okay.
But they can't just stamp their flag anywhere. They'll be hung and done wrong. So it has to be done covertly. To bring in an outside source to a sovereign nation and republic and overthrow it takes a lot of coercion and underground networks. Go ahead.
Yeah, because otherwise, especially here, that would be considered alienation.
That'd be considered treason.
Yes.
You ain't even got the alienation. That's already illegal. That's treason to go against the interests of the king.
And that's what that lady said. They had to be lawful because they didn't want to.
So that their laws had to replicate the king's.
Got you.
Go ahead.
Okay. The beginning of the Declaration of Independence. Let's see. I'm gonna read that real quick. It starts off, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is a phrase from the Declaration of Independence declaring all people are endowed with these unalienable rights.
Right.
All people, okay. It emphasizes individual freedom and the right to strive for a fulfilling life rather than merely existing or being free from oppression.
Right.
The phrase has been influential in shaping legal and philosophical discussion about human rights and the role of government.
Right.
So it start off with life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and it get a meaning of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Life, freedom.
The right to exist, freedom, what?
The freedom of being arbitrarily deprived of one's life.
Right.
Okay. Liberty encompasses freedom from coercion, oppression, arbitrary imprisonment.
Free from coercion. Go ahead.
Arbitrary imprisonment, allowing individuals to make their own choices and live as they see fit. Okay, the pursuit of...
You know, see fit is competency.
Okay. See fit, you fit. Meaning fit mentally.
Well, you got to be fit to meet the criteria.
Right. Right.
So,
Okay.
So, before we even go there, before we even get to that, the U.S. Constitution, the Articles, the Declaration of Independence, and all of these things. Now, do you see why one must be competent and have the correct jurisdiction when it comes to the law?
Yeah, because if you incompetent, then you're not mentally fit, so you already disqualified to begin with.
How you gonna put but you disqualified comes in the form of what? Illiteracy.
Yeah, your literacy. You don't know what these words mean.
You don't know how to put words together.
Right.
You cannot formulate an argument in court.
Right, bro. You're right.
You have no body of work to present here. You're not standing on anything. You're just all over the place. You got it? Bingo. So,
Right. And even with allegory, it ain't gonna hold up in court.
there's no legal basis for allegorical concepts.
Yeah, that's the wrong arena to be in with that.
Maybe you should go to church or go to the local street corner and debate Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, for real, because even in ecclesiastical law, it's still law. You still got to you still got to be competent. Yeah, you're right, Kev. What do they call it? That's a requirement.
That's a requirement.
it's a requirement. So you got to show what, like we was looking up the words before. What is that? For the jurisprudence.
You got to have correct jurisprudence, the correct grammar, and we're just talking comprehension at this level. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? You not finna get no work on how to fill out no paperwork on how to be free. I'm not here to show you a way besides the only way. I'm not here to help you progress in no legal form against this nation. I'm all for the law. You're not getting past the law. I want people to understand that so they can quit asking me as if there's something they can do that's going to redeem them. From what are you trying to be redeemed from? The law? What is your concept of being redeemed? So one must know. Is that allegorical sense or what? A redeemer is not going to do anything you can't comprehend. He is not for you. The redeemer, comforter comes for the lost sheep who are lost.
Straight up. You gotta have jurisprudence
and show to comprehend things, and not allegorical comprehensions trying to line them up with the story of Kevin's life. That's not what you're doing here. That's what they were doing, trying to line Kevin up into their imaginary form. This is what I'm telling you. I'm real. This is real. They want to line me up and come with all these allegorical concepts of I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. This ain't that type of university. You're going to make sure you can.
You have to know. Straight up. Knowledge, base word, no.
Comprehend. Comprehension of the law is important to the testimony.
Right. You gotta know. Yes, sir.
You're going into the law. A law where you're saying, I understand what this person of the law is saying. In fact, I'm a witness to it.
Right, you gotta be able to comprehend so you can be a witness to it.
You don't understand the testimonials? What's being broken down? This is testimony. I testify to that. That's court.
Yeah, straight up.
If there are no competent witnesses, you don't have a case.
At all.
If you don't have any competent witnesses or a body, you don't have a case.
Yep.
So all the hard work will be alleviated. Why? Because the testimony these people couldn't get their minds made up on their victimized state.
So it's not real.
Can't be real. You can't prove it.
Right. You can't prove it in court.
It's not what you know. It's what you can.
Prove.
So it's not knowing. You may be knowledge, knowing, and all that. But Achilles is ready for you for all that.
For you about to get chopped up coming in and I know what you're talking about. Straight up. Achilles was the coldest warrior. That's it.
You think Achilles don't know the law?
Oh, he very versed in the law. That's how he killing me with the law. Wow. Can I read comprehend after 1828?
Go ahead.
Okay, we got comprehend. Literally, to take in, to take with, or together. To contain, include, to comprise. Says the Empire of Great Britain comprehends England, Scotland, and Ireland with their dependencies. Okay, number 2, to imply, to contain or include by implication or construction. If there be any other commands, it is briefly comprehended in this saying, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Romans 13:9. Number 3, to understand, to conceive, that is, to take hold or contain in the mind.
So to take hold of his heel.
Straight up.
You see?
Yes, sir.
See? We got a weak spot. So your comprehension of what I'm saying is what?
It's important, the most important.
That's right. Because it is going to show the vulnerabilities of Achilles.
Exactly. If you don't understand, then you're not going to even know what you're doing.
You're not even going to know you're not what you're doing, what's happening.
Yes. Exactly. Exactly. All right. To understand, to conceive, that is to take hold or contain in the mind, to possess, or to have an idea, according to the popular phrase, I take your meaning. All right. It says, God does great things which we cannot comprehend. Job 37:5. It is not always safe to disbelieve a proposition or statement because we do not comprehend. Now that alone, you're not going to comprehend. You're not going to understand the statement. You're not going to know what's going on. So yeah, you would be just sitting there looking dumb. Now you're incompetent in law. Whatever you're trying to do will not hold up. You don't even comprehend what the proceedings, the words, anything.
Well, sir, you got a great argument, but you couldn't seem to get your witnesses together. They did not understand your testimony. It seems like, buddy, it seems like you guys are going to remain dead for another 1,000 years.
Dang, bro, straight up. They don't even know what the hell you talking about.
They don't even understand what you're saying. When we call your witnesses to the jury trial, how are you going to answer anything as a mute, Chris?
Just sitting there looking at them like, the only thing they can, oh no, that's doing that. That's it. I don't know. Wow.
So, yeah, so asking questions about the trust and doing the Shelley's law, that's all important for comprehension. How are these people doing this? It's just not an hour of class or 2 hours. It's what you do out of class that's really going to matter. Because you're on your own. You're going to think for yourself. You're going to learn how to use your brain.
Yeah, it's a good time to start understanding it right then. It's the best time to do it. That way I have questions.
That way you will have questions. If you don't got no questions, then you're ready to go right now. And you going to let us down in this class. Because we know that you better have some questions. Because you don't comprehend what we're saying. You got to have a question, or you're dead. Or you're part of the Roman civil. You want jurisdiction. You're not listening to me. You're not listening to at B. You're not listening to the moderators. Look, they're putting things in there. You got to do it. So how you going to fight Achilles? You got to know history. You got to know white supremacy in all 9 areas of activity to beat this. Now watch this parable, y'all. Now watch this one. Now B.
Okay.
Now I want you to do something for me, because not that many people know this. But Achilles' heel was bruised or was hit, which caused his death. The only place on his body not protected.
Right.
That's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What distracted Achilles is the important question.
Oh, hold up.
What distracted Achilles, we're talking mythos, to where the one kink in his armor was exposed to even be hit by the trajectory of a clean shot arrow? Go ahead.
It was the sun. When we look up Achilles, all right.
Blinded by the sun.
Yes, sir. Blinded by the sun. All right, let's see. Achilles. All right, when I looked up Achilles, all right, it says Achilles, the myth of Achilles being blinded by the sun is not a widely known or canonical part of Achilles' legend.
That's right.
Achilles, so right there, it's not known like that. I'm gonna read that statement again. The myth of Achilles being blinded by the sun is not widely known or canonical part of the Achilles legend. So most people don't even know to even answer that question, Kim.
Yes, sir.
Not well widely known. Okay. Achilles is known for his invulnerability, except for his heel, and his role in the Trojan Wars. There's no standard story about him being blinded by the sun. The most famous aspect of Achilles is his vulnerability to arrow to the heel, which ultimately leads to his death. But the first statement is straight up. It says Achilles being blinded by the sun is not widely known. So that's what it is. And then he was blinded by the sun, and boom, shots fired. That type of deal. Yes,
the twinkle of the sun at that moment caused the delay in reaction time, and boom. But again, it's mythos.
Right.
Key word, blinded by the sun.
Exactly. blinded by the sun.
That is what his weakness is, the sun. Who will take hold of his brother.
Blinded by the sun.
Yes, sir. So, from the Declaration of Independence, the foundations of the law, and this iconic idol, it stands like the foundation of it is the law. That's going constitution, states constitutions, independence, or breaking away of George.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's them breaking away, and they doing it. And using the law.
So they
weapon.
So, but that's all fulfillment of the law.
Yes, sir. The fulfillment of the law.
So this is what we up against. White supremacy, aka Rome, and their body of politics within the law, the confines of the law. Now, I personally know they lost already because they are guilty of their own laws.
Right. They are guilty of their own law.
Mm-hmm. They're guilty of common law. Every common law ever written.
They are guilty from the gate.
From the gate.
Written by the finger of God. Straight up.
What you mean written by the finger of God?
That's where common law came from, even in the Bible. The finger of God. Remember we was talking about that? Common law, this is even used in Moses. He came down, they was worshiping the bull.
The bull.
And all of that. But they got the rules and the laws from the finger of God. He wrote it on the tablets for Moses to give to him. So that's like I'm thinking about that, like, dang, the common law was written by the finger of God. They in violation of all of them. All of them, common law. And that's the basis for all the laws that they got now.
Bingo. They're contracted to uphold the law.
Right, yes, sir.
And trustees of that process. So
right, so they have to,
go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking, like, with them being trustees, they got certain duties that they have to fulfill.
Yes.
And they not doing it. That means they under oath.
They're untrustworthy.
Yeah, that's it. They're untrustworthy. They shouldn't be over the trust. Wow. Untrustworthy. You don't follow none of the rules or specified. As a trustee.
So what's the trust? Trust in the Lord.
Yeah, trusting.
Okay.
Trusting God.
Thou shalt not have no other God before me.
Yes, sir. That's rule number one. Rule number one.
Guilty.
Y'all up here worshiping God. Dagon.
Okay then. So that now we talking. Now y'all don't pass legislations in Massachusetts under a fish god. See?
You got him in the House of Representatives.
Bingo.
Already a violation.
Bingo.
Yes.
Am I using that in court?
Yeah, because it's
No, I'm not.
Oh, no, because that's more of an allegorical concept.
No, I'm not, Jimmy.
I got you. You treat
Listen, yeah, I treat you. I'm a comedian. I like doing shit like that. Like, are we gonna do that? Yes. No. The whole class got it. That's why I'm the professor.
But look, you making sure I know what I'm talking about. That's it.
Yeah. So no, that's just something for us to know and study. That's their religious structure basis. I'm not here to fight their religious structure basis. They can keep it.
Right.
I'm here to dictate the law and orchestrate and speak the law into existence, to invoke the oaths that they took to protect the law. I'm not thinking about what they uphold or what they believe. They can believe in Cod all they want to. I'm about to make some T-shirts that say "In Cod We Trust" and sell it to them. I don't give no shit about them, what the fuck they doing. I'm not tripping.
They standing on the law, not Cod.
Yeah, they standing on the law. Like, I'm not going there with them. Fine. You feel me? Say it. That's the mind frame. Let them live in an allegorical form. That's not for them to know how to invoke the law. They've been playing like they know the law. They missed the one golden rule, but go ahead.
Yeah, Kill. I'm looking like, yeah, that's the right way. Like, all of that, it's not going to matter.
That's just my testimony. That's me saying, hey, I know what y'all worship. Do you?
Right, and they probably don't even, well, they know, but like you said.
They don't know.
A lot of the...
No, these people walking there and see a fish. They don't know. They just say that's in the lake.
Right.
That's in the water. They don't know nothing. We're the place where all the fish come. Yeah, okay. They don't know.
Yeah, you're right, because nobody ever broke down Cod.
Cod.
Like
Nobody broke that down.
Nobody. Just like you were saying earlier, though, they power is in the law.
Facts.
So that's where the Achilles is. All that other stuff, like going into that, will be a distraction to the main point. I got you.
You got me?
Shoot for that heel. Don't worry about all that.
How you go? Yeah. How you going talk to them about their law?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to show them where they violated their own laws and aren't capable of upholding the law. Therefore, they are deemed untrustworthy.
They are no longer eligible to be trustees based on that.
Trustees of what?
Of the trust.
Of what trust?
The trust of George.
Is that what people are after, the trust of George?
Yeah, that's what they, well, let me think about that. Technically, yes.
Why?
That's what because it's the biggest trust in the whole world, like that librarian was saying. She was, it's beautiful. She was saying, and she was like, my precious, it's the most beautiful thing in the world.
Yeah, because she's looking at it materialistically.
Right.
Not spiritually.
Right.
She's trying to imagine it. But in her greedy imagination, you see how she laughs and smirks. That's what's inside of her. What she really sees is the Emerald City, that type of shit. It's beautiful.
Right.
It's very luxurious, and this one and that one is like, oh.
She mesmerized. She's in bliss.
Is the trust allegory? Yes.
Right.
Huh?
Right. Oh, wow.
That's what said. It just came to the conclusion. Yes, said the trust is all allegory, champion. It's an illegal process to steal the wealth of the sovereign. Go ahead. It's all Canaan.
And they think them earthly underworldly. I'm like, wow.
They
think,
huh?
yeah, like you said, they think of materialistically, but it's already set how it's supposed to go. You just supposed to, it's not theirs. They trying to steal.
Steal what?
Steal the birthright. They have
They
power
can't
over
steal the birthright.
Well,
What birthright they trying to steal? Huh?
Be a fiduciary over the trust.
They're trying to convince you that there's a trust that they're fiduciary over. They have no legal standing.
It's all time memorials. Allegory.
Sir, they have no legal standing because in a court of jury law of my peers, they are guilty of every human rights crime known to the universe.
Wow. Known to the universe.
They have genocided all the people, God's people, the king's people, and made them black in law.
Definitely, yeah.
And created laws to keep that from unraveling.
Dang, so yeah, everything that they're not
It's
supposed
illegal.
to do has been done.
The whole federal government is illegal and will be convicted. That's what judgment is. It's a court process.
Doomsday is
What is it? Say it.
Doomsday is the judgment.
Yes, sir.
I got you. So they didn't doom. They can't win. They know already it's an L because it was illegal from the beginning. Golly.
So if any one of them ever wake up from their delusional state, we're in big trouble.
Because it was bogus from the beginning. It was illegal.
It's illegal spiritually by way of the classical law, by the first rule written by the divine finger of God. Thou shalt not have no other gods before me.
Yes,
Guilty.
sir.
Everything else is the unraveling of where you're going into. The world. The world of sin. The wilderness.
Okay.
So they don't want us to wake up and say, here is our spokesman. So the spokesman come and give them the biggest uppercut they ever seen in their life just by asking one. Matter of fact, they got to take the case. When you see the case, it's already in a legal form of a government. Everything is illegal. Everything. Because it was all done off the backs of the people they genocided out of existence. It made them conform to being sons and daughters of an allegoric form of spirituality, which is Satan, which is Canaan law, which is running simultaneously upside down, inverted perception, paganistic from the word, from the law, from what God instructions is on how to stay within the blessings, within his world of blessing. Can't do that, can't speak, well, enjoy. Because you're stuck in federal allegorical concepts, which is dead, which is unconscious. That's not consciousness. That's unconscious. That's subconscious. Press one.
Subconscious for real. Dang, bro. You must speak. You must dang, Kim. Subconscious, like underwater.
There you go. Submarine.
Yeah.
So
Submarine.
anything underwater is not a product of the land. You're a child of the sea. You're a seaman.
Latino.
A Latino, like Nipsey said. He the seaman.
Yeah. You broke that, yes, sir.
Trying to tell you.
Hey, that's it, bro. Like,
And you have no memory of it, what makes you ward of the state authorized. You have no memory. You fell and bumped your head.
don't worry, we got you. That's how they, I get it now. That's a whole catch, like,
You want common law or you want communism?
We want common law.
That's right. That's
Yes, sir.
You're right. That's your sovereignty package. When you say we're going to stand, how do we do it? What's your aim? What are you shooting for? What's in your way? Spartacus, Troy is in your way. 300. You watch the movie 300? Shit scared the shit out of you trying to come against that.
Yeah, straight up. Look at, dang.
They already scared you in your subconscious. You bet not ever. Your fear lies all the way back in the allegories and mythos. Press 1.
Yeah, for real. They keep the fear blinding all the people. Like that.
So there is something that Achilles fears, and that's being blinded by the sun.
I ain't gonna lie, that's cool. Blinded by the sun.
That's his fear.
Well, that's what's about to happen.
He knew his death. They know this when it happens. They're legends, remember? They know. But boom, that's just how that goes. So you have to work within legal memory, like Shiva's saying, and break this down to free the mind from the state that it's in. It's a dead state. So that's what I'll be spending my whole semester doing, is taking it real slow for people who got questions. Now, the people who got questions are the ones who are trying to wake up. If you don't got questions and you're not taking notes, it's going to show. And don't worry, I'm only gonna make fun of you. I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying? This isn't like a tooth pull. This is, you want to remain ignorant and playing, or do you sincerely want to come out of a dead, unconscious state and bear witness? You got it? You bear witness in court, not in church. Press 1. Today's church is Rome, singing and dancing. Black woman does enough of that. Singing and dancing. The men caught up in emasculated femininity ain't asking no questions. Want all the answers, but want to ask no questions. You're not getting no answers. You're just going to have awakenings like, oh, that's what that means. That don't mean nothing. Those are the little dopamines in your brain leaving. You have to know and comprehend for the serum to even work. You can't be playing. You can come and press 1 for the rest of your life. That doesn't matter. That don't mean you comprehending. Can you become a witness? Can you testify? In the world of where we come from, where you bet not snitch, press 1. Can you be witness? It is we the people versus the United States of America. Press 1. Let me say that again. It is we the people versus the trustees, the United States of America. We got a dilemma on our hands. Press 1. We are operating in the color of law. hit the like button, and subscribe. And these people have to wake up. I hope y'all enjoyed this class today. This was a basic conversation. If you are in my legal video course, press what? And you want to be part of the team that's putting all this together, feel free to get up with Kev. I am not in the realm of just passing time. You're not fooling me. I dealt with Rico, the worst of them. I dealt with these people who really thought they was fooling somebody. But Kev is right back and on exactly what he's studying. All right, make sure you support this broadcast. Our people work better looking at film, listening to Kev, and looking at film to back up what's being said. There's not going to be anything in this video, I believe it's an hour, that I haven't taught here. But I think this video will be a way for people to conceive in various forms. There are tons of different people here, so God bless y'all. Press 1. Y'all gotta know your boy Kev been putting in work. Make sure y'all support the channel. Let me see here. Again, my question, I know Lewis is like, dang, Kev, why? Yeah, if you're not, I don't want no calls. I don't want no text messages about, oh, did you mean this one? I don't care. I leave enough time for people to research. I stay on the air, damn near begging. I'm not begging no more. You stay right there, sitting down, thinking y'all fooling me. Stay right there. And I'll deal with those who are showing that they actually care about what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, not playing. That old way of playing in my classroom with Kev Gills and KevRow and all that. No. Moderators have an obligation to call it in and ask questions. This is a for sure. It's not going no further than this day. Don't got a question? That's fine. I can post up a Cash App link and leave it posted in the chat room. I don't need the links if it's going to stop you from asking question. Posting my links, tell them, Ali, does not stop you from asking questions pertaining to the subject matter. A moderator, that's the deal we got. That's for sure. You got to ask questions. Got to be involved with the success of this program. KevRow or nothing. I'm going to start this right now.
The IRS in particular and the... All right. If you'll basically close your book and look at the front cover, you'll notice that the label says this is an introduction to the Constitution. 4th of July, we celebrated 225-year anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Back in 1983, I started studying the IRS in particular and the U.S. Constitution in general. So I've been studying the Constitution for about 18 years. Now, I've tried to condense that 225 years of history and that 18 years of study into an 8-hour class. This is going to be incredibly superficial. I am going to open up all sorts of cans of worms. And at the end, I anticipate that you will have far more questions than you do right now. So I'm going to be covering the material relatively quickly. It's supposed to basically get you started and give you a good foundation. Now I know that this particular group is a little bit more familiar with the way things really are. And I definitely am willing to handle any of your questions toward the end of the class. I started out with a 48-page handout, and there was too much information to cover in 8 hours. And so I added information. We're now up to 66 pages, if that makes any sense to anybody. So we are going to go through this relatively quickly, but this is, again, only an introduction, but it's an important foundation. Even those of you that are talking about, really important issues, maybe a little bit more sophisticated issues, it's always good to go back and reestablish what your foundation is, and then it makes your high-level arguments just that much more secure. Now, before I've even started the class, I've had several people point out to me that the flag is upside down. I am a lot of things. Dyslexic is not one of them. Anybody have any idea why the flag is upside down?
Flag upside down usually means trouble. Something.
It's a distress signal, and it's an emergency, a sign of emergency. I have the flag upside down deliberately because, from my point of view, the United States is definitely in dire trouble. And the trouble stems from the fact that people living here in the United States have no idea what type of government they have. They don't know the difference between a democracy and a republic. They don't know what their rights are. And they are incapable of controlling Congress and keeping it within the constitutional box that they're supposed to be in. So the flag is upside down because I'm very, very concerned. Now, in the back of the book, I have all sorts of little handouts. We will talk about those eventually. You're welcome to look at them. Those are all yours. We just did a quid pro quo exchange. You can do anything you want with them. But when I go through them, mine are in the same order that yours are. So if you don't want to be fumbling around looking for the new ones, you can kind of keep yours in the same order. Now, inside the front cover, you should have a copy of the Constitution. Many of you already have copies, but it would be totally inappropriate to teach a class on the Constitution without actually giving you a copy. One of the things that surprises most people is that it's so small. I mean, there's really not a lot here. And the purpose of the Constitution is to set up a form of government, basically to establish the principles that are involved, not what the law actually says. So you could sit down and read the Constitution cover to cover in about 15 or 20 minutes. We're going to try to spend about 8 hours understanding it. Now, most of the page numbers that I reference will be in the handout. This is the, if you'll notice at the bottom of all the pages, I have Session 9. ICP 21 is my abbreviation for Introduction to the Constitution for Patriots of the 21st Century. And then it's Session 9. I've taught 8 of these classes before. Now that you have paid for this class, you can attend any of my future classes for free. There's a lot of information here, and some of it goes in one ear and out the other. So if you want to attend one of my future classes, you've already paid for it, just show. I mean, it'd be nice to let you know that you're coming, but you're not going to have to pay for it again. Just show up. Right? If you call me with questions on the phone, my first question to you is, which session are you looking at? I keep a copy of all of these documents because I keep adding information to it. And the page numbers change. So if you're asking me questions, I want to know which session you're on so that I can get my copy and we can literally be on the same page. If I say go look at page 22, that's where your answer is. I want your page 22 to be the same page 22. Right? So I print, copies for each each session that I teach, and it has your date there as well. Now, if you'll go to page 2, I have a tentative schedule. This is the schedule that I'm going to try to keep on. Now, if you have questions, please raise your hand. Frequently, I will, say, well, we're about to cover that, and I'll just put you off. I will answer questions, however, briefly. If I answer all of your questions during the day, we're never going to get finished by 6. So my goal is to try to get finished as close to 6 o'clock as possible, and then once we're, formally finished, anybody that has, prior commitments, they can leave. I promise to stay and answer questions as long as there are people here to ask. So we will just try to save those questions until the end. Whenever we reference the Constitution, I will hold up the book and so you know which page numbers we're talking about. Now, let's turn to page 3 and get started. I have a few quotes which hopefully explain why I am here, why I've driven all the way from Austin to be here today. The first quote is from Dr. Benjamin Rush. You probably have never heard of him, but Mr. Rush says, "Education is favorable to liberty. Freedom can only exist in the society of knowledge. Without learning, men are incapable of knowing their rights. And where learning is confined to a few people, liberty can neither be equal nor universal." So you have to know your rights before you can protect them. And he said that in 1786. Another person that you have heard of, I'm sure, is Daniel Webster. And Daniel says, "I apprehend no danger to our country from a foreign foe. Our destruction, should it come at all, will be from another quarter, from the inattention of the people to the concerns of their government. From their carelessness and negligence, I must confess that I do apprehend some danger. I fear that they may place too implicit a confidence in their public servants, and fail properly to scrutinize their conduct, that in this way they may be made the dupes of designing men, and become the instruments of their own undoing. Make them intelligent, and they will be vigilant. Give them the means of detecting the wrong, and they will apply the remedy." So my purpose here is to try to make you intelligent. I'm not going to tell you what to do or which congressman to write to. I'm just going to take the Constitution and show you what the Constitution says. I will ask you to read it for yourself. And then we will draw our own conclusions about what Congress can and cannot do. And then when you sit there somewhat shocked and stunned, then you can decide how to fix the problem. Now, many of you have never met me. Some of you have seen me give a short presentation before. Let me tell you up front that I am an iconoclast. Now, an iconoclast is defined as a breaker or destroyer of images, one who attacks cherished beliefs and traditional institutions as being based on error or superstition. Unfortunately, most of what you think you know about the United States is wrong. How many people here know that the Declaration of Independence was signed on 4th of July, 1776? Everybody who raised their hand is wrong. Okay? The Declaration of Independence was authorized by the committee on the 4th of July. They took it out and had 28 copies made, and eventually it was signed by August 2nd. And you can come up and read the document here that gives you that information. A small piece of trivia, perhaps it doesn't mean anything, but having the Declaration of Independence signed on the 4th of July is something that we've all just taken for knowledge, for truth. And it's not. And again, most of what we have been taught about the United States, we've been misled or just misinformed. Now, the very first topic is the difference between rights and privileges. This topic is fundamental to everything else that we are going to learn. That's why I put it first. Everybody's just shown up this morning. Probability that you're going to fall asleep on me in the first 30 minutes is less than, the probability that you'll be dozing at the end. So if you are going to stay awake for any information, stay awake for this. If you don't understand this, the rest of the class is basically hot air. A right is defined as a power, privilege, faculty, or demand inherent in one person and incident upon another. Generally defined as powers of free action. Something that you have the sovereign authority to do because there is no higher authority to get permission from. There's nobody to ask. You've heard the expression, the buck stops here. That means you're it. You make the final decisions. That's what sovereignty is all about. You are endowed by your Creator with certain unalienable rights. You don't have to ask. Now, this is the exact opposite of a privilege. A privilege is defined as a particular and peculiar benefit or advantage enjoyed by a person, company, or class beyond the common advantages of other citizens. A particular right, advantage, exemption, power, franchise, or immunity held by a person or class not generally possessed by others. A temporary authority granted to you by someone of a higher authority. Let me give you an example. If I walk out of the back door of my house and I walk out onto my land, I can walk back and forth, back and forth, back and forth across my land all day long. Do I have to ask anybody for permission? No. It is my land. I own the property. And because I own the property, I have a right to do anything I want with that property. And if I want to walk back and forth across it, I will. Now, let us presuppose that you have the property or the land right next door. Let us further presuppose that I want to walk to the store, which is just across your land. Can I walk back and forth across your land anytime I want? No. I have to get permission. It is a privilege for me to walk across your land. Why? Because I don't own your land. You own your land. You have complete and total authority to do whatever you want with your land. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, you may decide to let me walk across your land. We're next door neighbors, we're buddies, we go out, socializing together. So there's no reason that I shouldn't walk across your land. Yes, you may. On Thursday, you may wake up on the wrong side of the bed. You may have had a fight with your significant other. You may just be in a bad mood. You don't have to have a good reason. You just have to have a reason. And you can say, no, you may not walk across my land. You have to walk around. So walking across your land is a privilege granted to me by someone of higher authority, the owner of the property, you. That privilege can be revoked at any time. Yes, you may. No, you may not. Yes, you may. No, you may not. And I have no control over that. One of the fundamental problems in the United States is that the government has convinced us that we have certain privileges granted to us by the government. Excuse me, I have rights endowed to me by my Creator. Where does the government get power? We, the people, grant the government privileges. The power comes from us and goes to government, not the other way around. Now, there are some important sublayer concepts with rights. One of which is that rights are derived from property. In my example, I can walk back and forth across my property because it's my property. I can do anything I want if I own it. So anytime you get into a dispute as to who's got the right to do this, that, or the other thing, the real question that should be asked is who owns the property? If you can identify the owner of the property, the question answers itself. The owner of the property can do whatever they want. Now, we frequently hear the phrase constitutional rights. I hate that phrase. Stop using that phrase. Do not say constitutional rights. The reason that I hate that phrase is because constitutional rights sounds like the Constitution grants us rights. If you are granted something, is it a right or a privilege? It's a privilege. It is impossible to grant someone a right. It's a contradiction in terms. It's like a round square. It's the opposite. Like jumbo shrimp. You just cannot have a right which is granted. Now, there is a second concept that, let me continue on this property. You have a right to life. Where does that right to life come from? Well, property. Who owns your body? I hope it's you. What are you if someone else owns your body? You're a slave. So, basically, if you are not a slave, then you own your own body. Can you do whatever you want with your body? Yes. Now, is smoking good for you? No, that's pretty much, okay. But if you want to put a cigarette in your mouth and smoke it, it's your body. Do what you want. It's not up to me to tell you what to do with your property. I don't recommend it. But you're the property owner. Now, John Adams said, the moment the idea is admitted into society that property is not as sacred as the law of God, and that there is not a force of law and public justice to protect it, anarchy and tyranny commence. The law of property is the most important law. Period. Even a 2-year-old understands property. Mine. Mine. That's mine. They don't understand it well, but they do understand that owning property is important. And as we get older, somehow we lose sight of that fact. We need to be just a little bit more like a 2-year-old to go, that's mine. And we have to be willing to defend that property. Somebody jumps into your car and starts driving away, what do? Say, oh, gosh, I better call the insurance company. Or do you chase after them and try to get your car back? It's your property. Now, most of you do not own half the things that you think that you own. There is a concept known as allodial title. Allodial title means that you own it. The way that we think of when we say that you own something. Allodial title is generally referred to when we talk about land. If you own the land in allodial title, then you genuinely own the land. How many people went to a real estate agent when they bought their house? Okay, when you go to a real estate agent, are you buying property or real estate? There is a difference. When you buy real estate, you purchase everything from the ground up. You own the house, you own the trees, but you do not own the earth that it sits on. Can you go out in your backyard and drill for oil? No. Why? Because there's an ordinance against it? If it's your property, can you do whatever you want with your property? And if I can't drill for oil in my backyard, then apparently I don't own the property. Do you pay property taxes? Why? Who are you paying property taxes to? If it's yours, why would you have to give somebody else money? And the truth of the matter is that you do not own the land. You own the house on top of the land, but you are renting the actual land. And unless you have a allodial title to the land, it is not yours. Now, we will talk about allodial title when we get to the history of the United States. When we broke off with England, people in the American continent here, the people in the United States, were the first people allowed to own land in a allodial title. Prior to that, everything was owned by the king. Now, there are 50 states in the United States. Only one currently still allows you to own land in a allodial title. And you are all very, very lucky because that state is Texas. However, most people in Texas still do not own their land in a allodial title. Learning how to own your land in a allodial title is another class that I haven't written yet. Now, let's talk about property. I want to really have you understand it. Let us presume that I own my land in a allodial title, the way that we think of when we own something. Now, if it's my land, and I have this stack of lumber on my land, can I take that stack of lumber and nail it together in the shape of a house? Yes. Why is that? Why can I build that house? Because it's my land, it's my wood, it's all my property. And I can do whatever I want with my property. I don't have to ask anybody for permission. So now I build this house on my property. And I look at that house 2 weeks later and I go, well, I've changed my mind. I really don't want that particular house. Can I take all those nails out and disassemble that house and stack the lumber back up? Yes, because it is my property. I can rearrange my property and make it, put it in any shape I want. Well, it took me a long time. It was a lot of work to nail all that stuff together. And it's going to be a lot more work to, pull it apart and stack it up again. And the wood's not that important to me. Can I light a match and burn that house down? Some people say yes, some people say no. Is it arson? No, it's not arson. I can burn my own house down if I want. It's my house. If I have a chair in the kitchen, I go, I really don't like this chair. Can I break it up and throw it in the fireplace? Yes. I can burn the chair because it's my property. Why can't I build a house? Burn the house. It's just a bigger chunk of property. So I have a right to burn down my own house, and it's not arson. Unless I have insurance out on it. Now, if I have insurance on the house and I burn it down, that's fraud. I'm going to be thrown in jail not for burning the house down, but for lying to the insurance company and trying to get their money if I try to collect. That's where the problem is. So you have to really understand rights. And if you understand property, you have some idea where rights come from. All right derives from property. And you can do whatever you want with your property. Now, there's another, I want to warn you that the government is trying to take your property away. They want your stuff. They are stealing your car, in effect. Are you going to chase after them? Now, I have a quote that says, "Every man holds his property subject to the general right of the community to regulate its use to whatever degree the public welfare may require it." What does that mean? Like, okay, it's your house, and we're going to let you have that as long as it's okay with us. We're going to vote on whether or not you can build the house. We're going to vote on whether or not you can burn the house down. Who's in charge? You? I thought it was your property. Guess who said that? That was
A traitor.
Theodore Roosevelt, President of the United States. These are socialist ideas. All right? Now, the second important concept that derives from right is that every single right has a responsibility. You cannot have one without the other. You cannot have a right without responsibility. You cannot have a responsibility without a right. It is impossible. Just the same way, I cannot have a heads without a tails. If I've got one, I've got the other. They're opposite sides of the same coin. Now, your right holds the responsibility of exercising that right properly. Does a 6-year-old child have a right to life? Anybody say no? Good. Right? A 6-year-old does have a right to life. Why? Because that 6-year-old owns its body. Your body is the first property that you own. As you come into the world, on the day of your birth, you are a property owner. You know, it's tiny, it's pink, and it's crying, but that's your property. Now, does a 6-year-old have a right to keep a weapon on their hip? Can they walk around with a concealed weapon? Generally not. Even I, strong Second Amendment supporter, would not give a gun to a 6-year-old. Why? Because a 6-year-old does not have the mental capacity to understand their responsibility. A 6-year-old does not quite understand that death is permanent and irreversible. On the cartoons and on TV, you can shoot somebody and they go, ah! And then 5 seconds later they jump up and go, okay, next. It's all pretend. Well, death is not pretend. It is permanent, and it is real, and you cannot undo it. So if you are walking around with a gun and you are capable of taking someone else's life, you better not make a mistake. A 6-year-old is not smart enough to make those decisions. So we deny the 6-year-old the right to exercise carrying a gun and exercising the Second Amendment. It is not because that child is not an American. So, every right that you have has a responsibility. If you go into a theater, everybody says that it's against the law, that your freedom of speech is limited and you cannot yell fire in a crowded theater. Wrong! You cannot yell fire in a crowded theater if there is no fire. Why? Because you are responsible for all those people running out of the theater, tripping over each other, breaking their legs, and maybe getting hurt. You are also responsible to the theater owner for all the money that he lost when those people didn't get to see the movie. And you are responsible to each of those people for the money that they paid to see the movie, and you interrupted it, by exercising your freedom of speech. Now, if you are in the theater and all of a sudden you look under the seats and you see a fire, are you violating, anybody's rights by going, fire? No, you could be a hero. You can actually get everybody out of the theater and save everybody's life. So yelling fire in a theater is not a limitation on your First Amendment rights of freedom of speech. What is a limit is your responsibility not to hurt anybody physically with what you say. Now, if I say, gosh, you're really ugly, did I hurt your feelings? Perhaps. Have I, extended or overextended my right to freedom of speech? No. I have a freedom of speech to say anything I want, even if you don't like it. That's what freedom of speech is all about. We're going to talk more about that when we get to the Bill of Rights. This topic is all about rights and privileges. A right you don't have to ask. A privilege somebody else of higher authority is giving you permission. And you have to understand what are rights and what are privileges. Rights derive from property. Do you have a right to walk into a restaurant and say, I'm hungry, feed me, for free? Do you have a right to eat? No. You have a right to eat if it's your food, if it's your property, you can put it anywhere you want, even down your throat. But you do not have a right to anyone else's property. That is a contradiction in terms. If it's not your property, you don't have a right. So you cannot go into a restaurant and say, feed me for free, because the food is not your property. It belongs to somebody else. Do you have a right to free health care? No. Where does your health care come from? Are you going to walk into a doctor's office and say, cure me for free? No, somebody's got to pay that doctor. You want somebody walking into your office and saying, okay, I want you to provide service to me for free? You wouldn't do it. So why would you go into somebody else's office and demand service for free? You say, well, I'm not demanding service. The doctor's getting paid. By who? Well, the government or the insurance company pays the money. Really? Where does the government and the insurance company get their money? From somebody else. So do you have a right to somebody else's property? No, not even if the government is giving it to you. So you do not have a right to health care. You do not have a right to your children's education. You do not have a right to anybody else's property. You only have a right to your property. If you worked for it, you built it, you acquired it, this is mine. I worked for it. It is not yours. And that's where rights draw the line, from property. Anytime you have a question about rights, ask yourself, who owns the property? Does anybody have any questions on property, rights, or privileges?
So when are you going to have your allodial title class? How close are you to having that thing ready?
Not very close. I'm doing research. I do have books that tell me how to do that. And I have several people who want that particular class.
Yes, and we are one of those people when you get there.
Okay.
Well, if we can't own the land, do we have to pay taxes on the buildings that we put up on it? Or just the land?
Now, you own the buildings.
Right.
Once you have paid for the buildings, you've paid for the buildings, and that's, you get the title to the buildings. But you don't own the land, which is why they are able to continually collect taxes from you.
Yeah, but they tax the buildings on the land.
Only until it's paid off. Once you've paid it off. My parents own their own home, and the bank note is gone. That brick house belongs to my parents. Now they can dig it up and take it with them. That's fine, but they do not own the land that house
You
sits
put
on.
up a shed.
Whose land are you putting the shed on? It's not your land. Unless you can show me a allodial title to the land, it's not your land.
So they're charging you for that building I'm putting on that land?
They're charging you rent for putting that building on their land.
And they base the amount of rent by the quality of the building on it.
Well, they can base that rent on anything they want. It's their land. You know, they don't have to have a good reason. They say, well, you know, you got white hair, so, you know, this week, people who have white hair pay a 10% increase.
They just make the reasons look good.
You know, they just, you know, they invent reasons that sound plausible and we go along with it. But you do not own, if you're paying property taxes, you do not own the land. This is another fallacy that we've had. We've taken that for granted for so long that we don't even question it anymore. Let me give you
paying taxes because I don't know any better?
Yeah.
If I know better, I don't have to pay taxes?
Basically, that's true.
Will they explain it to me then, that it's because I don't know?
No, the government is not doing anything for your benefit. So they are not going to help you at all. In fact, they are going to make your life as miserable as possible. And they are very good at that. So you have to know it, and you have to assert your rights. The Bill of Rights says that you have freedom of speech and freedom of religion. If you stand up and start talking and I say, sit down and shut up, and you do you have freedom of speech? So, well, gosh, it's written right over here. So what? The Bill of Rights did not give you your freedom of speech. And it's not freedom of speech if it's only the stuff that I agree with. If you and I agree, well, then you don't need freedom of speech because we're cheering for the same baseball team. It's when you get up and say something that I don't particularly like, and I try to shut you up, that you go, no, I'm not going to sit down. I am going to stand here, and I am going to say what I think. I have freedom of speech, and I'm willing to fight for it. Thomas Jefferson said that you only have the rights that you are willing to fight and die for. So you have to know your rights, and you have to assert them. And again, once we get to the Bill of Rights, I'll give you a little anecdote that shows that. As far as allodial title, let me give you a little bit better example because it's easier to understand. When you purchase a car, how many people purchase a car paying cash? That's good. If you can pay cash for a car, that's great. Did you also get the manufacturer's statement of origin? Well, then you basically wasted some of your money. Every automobile that comes off the assembly line has a piece of paper associated with it, a birth certificate for that particular car. And it is called a manufacturer's statement of origin, or MSO. Now, most of us who are mere mortals, we go in and we buy a car with a bank loan. Now, the bank pays the money, and we get a payment coupon book from the bank. Now, that MSO generally is transferred to the state. The state will microfiche it and then put it through the shredder. So the MSO no longer physically exists, it's just on film. Now, you spend 3, 4, or 5 years paying off the car. Most of us, eventually get that far. And now, it's your car, right? What does the bank send you? They send you a certificate of title. If I give you a gift certificate, do you have the gift or do you have a piece of paper that represents that gift? You just have the piece of paper. You have to go someplace and turn in the gift certificate in order to get your gift. Well, if I give you a certificate of title, do you have the title or a piece of paper that represents that title? You have a piece of paper. You are co-owner of that car. Who else is the owner? The state. Now, let's pretend you and I are friends. We go out Saturday and we buy a car together. You put down $10,000, I put down $10,000, and we buy this car. And, well, you go ahead and drive it first. You take the keys. So now you take the keys, you drive it, put gas in it, change the oil, and you've got it all year. I never got a chance to drive the car. Don't you think you should pay me money for my half of the car? Don't you think you should pay rent for driving around my 2 wheels? Yeah. So does the state. The state is co-owner of your car. They're going to let you drive it. They're going to let you put the oil in it and, leave the trunk cluttered with all of your stuff. But they are co-owner, and they want rent. It's called registration. That's why you have to pay a registration fee every year, because you are paying the state, rent on their part of the ownership of your car. Now, if you go into a car dealer with $20,000 in cash and say, I will buy that car, and I want the manufacturer's statement of origin, I have no idea what their reaction is going to be. They're probably going to stutter a lot. But I know people who have actually gotten the manufacturer's statement of origin. It is now their car. They own it in a allodial title, 100%. They do not register it. They do not pay taxes on it. Nothing. It's theirs. Somebody have a question?
The only way you'll get that in the state of Texas is you'll have to sign a statement stating that you first of all have to have an out-of-state address or out-of-country address, and you have to sign a statement stating that you're exporting the car out of the state. Otherwise, a dealer, I don't care how much cash you give him, he's required by his law of being a dealer, actually his agreement for being a dealer in the state of Texas is another whole issue, not to give you that. So the easiest way to do it is if you live in Texas, is go to Arkansas or go somewhere else and buy it, like Jim Farmer did. He has the certificate on his car.
Then bring it back to Texas?
Bring it back to Texas, and you don't have to put it on.
So when we talk about property, most of us don't really understand ownership. Possession is one thing, but possession is only 9/10 of the law. You need ownership in order to have complete control.
Can you just send off to the state with a certificate and say, I want mine?
I don't think that will work. I've tried to do that with California, and I'm still struggling with that issue. I don't know anybody personally who has managed to do that after the fact. Everybody that I know who has done it has gone and purchased the car brand new off the lot.
I tried that. I sent a registered letter to the state stating that they had obtained the car I bought. I'm the second owner, and I sent them an affidavit declaring pretty much what you said, and stated that they had obtained ownership, had obtained the manufacturer's statement of origin through a constructive fraud, and I demanded that they send me the complete file that they had on that automobile. And that if they did not assert a claim within 30 days, that they would no longer have a claim on it. And what they did was they sent me a letter back saying that they did not care to accept my invitation to a debate. Was what they said. But basically, they gave up, as far as I'm concerned, they gave up their claim to it when they refused to assert one. But they did not send me not even copies of their documents.
Right, and that's one of the ways that you've got to handle it. You have to understand the law well enough to be able to assert it and to win it. And they may not have sent you the paperwork, but I don't think they're going to come back and try to repossess the car or anything. I'd be really surprised if they did. Okay. This, again, is the most important concept of the entire class. Property, rights, and privileges. If you don't genuinely get it, please ask questions, because everything else that we talk about is based on this fundamental principle.
Would you have a defense for not having a license plate if you got the deed?
The manufacturer's statement of origin?
Yes, and then you went down and tried to register it, but you wouldn't give it to the state, and therefore they wouldn't give you a license?
Why would you register it?
Well, to try to comply with their laws, I guess.
Why would you try to comply with their laws?
Well, so that I would have an excuse or a reason for...
Why do you need an excuse?
Well, wait just a minute. If a policeman stops me and tries to give me a ticket, then I can say, I did try to register it. I did try to get license plate. That's my defense.
a better defense is that you don't need a driver's license. You don't need a license.
They don't understand that.
If you have the manufacturer's statement of origin, that's all you need. Now, the fact that the police officer is uneducated and doesn't understand that, that's just kind of the way life is. And your life will be a whole lot easier if you get the driver's license and you get the license plate. That if you want easy, go along with the flow. If you want freedom, you're going to have to buck the system. Freedom is not free. It's not easy. And as we're learning, freedom isn't for everybody. And I understand if you don't want to spend the time and the hassle and you don't want to be arguing with police officers on the side of the road, have a driver's license. Get your license plate. Keep everything up to date. Not everybody, is prepared or ready to go through that kind of hassle. Because it is. The government is going to make your life as miserable as they possibly can. Because you are not following the system. And that's what they want. They want you to follow the system. Because that way they can control you and put you where they want you. That's not freedom.
Freedom is not free.
Freedom is not free. It is a lot of work.
Number plates will drive on this day, even numbers will drive on that day. When does that infringe upon?
One last thing about rights. The only limitation on your rights is the equal rights of others. You can do anything you want as long as you do not violate someone else's rights. And again, this is a real clear distinction. Property is mine or yours. If it's my property, I can do anything I want. If it's your property, I better ask. So as long as I don't destroy your property, then I'm fine. I can do anything I want. That's the fundamental ideal here in the United States. Now, I'm on page 5. John Dickinson said, "Kings or parliaments could not give you the rights essential to happiness. We claim them from a higher source, from the King of Kings, the Lord of all earth. They are not annexed to us by parchments and seals. They are created in us by decrees of providence." So the Constitution is wonderful, but it doesn't give you anything. Now, in I believe this is a Supreme Court case called Hale versus Henkel, the Supreme Court said that the individual may stand upon his constitutional rights as a citizen. He is entitled to carry on his own business in his own way. His power to contract is unlimited. This is good news and bad news. That means that you can you can sign a contract to do anything you want. That's good news. The bad news is that's exactly what the government has used to basically put us in the situation that we are in. You have signed contracts with the government that you are not aware that you have signed. Now, another ruling here says that the general rule is that an unconstitutional statute, although having the form and name of law, is in reality no law, but is wholly void and ineffective for any purpose, since unconstitutionally dates from the time of its enactment, and not merely from the date of the decision branding it so. So, if I pass a law that tries to make slavery legal, and we do that for about 10 years, and somebody says, wait a minute, I think slavery is illegal and unconstitutional. It doesn't become unconstitutional 10 years from now. It's unconstitutional to start with. It was never a law in the first place. Now, I have just a few more minutes here before we take a break, but I would like to leave you with some interesting questions that we will try to answer a little bit later. Okay? If I have a right to keep and bear arms, why do I have to get a concealed carry permit? Doesn't a permit give me permission? permission is related to a privilege. If I have a right, that's a contradiction. You cannot give me a permission to exercise a right. It's a contradiction. And privileges are generally identified by a permit or a license, a piece of paper that somebody gives me says, okay, you have a license to drive. Why do I need a license to drive if I have a right to travel? And more importantly, if I get a marriage license, what does that marriage license give me permission to do that I could not do before the marriage license? And who is giving me that permission? And where did they get the power to give me that permission? And where did the first marriage license start with in the first place? Think about those things. We're going to take about a 10-minute break and then we'll come back.
So, we should have questions on top of questions on top of questions. I'm glad I made it out of there just in time. Because this right here, hold on. So, we should have is important to let me fix all this stuff. I kind of stepped away from my computer, ran to the store as I was listening, and still here to complete my great work. Press 1. All right, Lord have mercy. A lot of research being done on that note. There should be questions upon this constitutional authoritative class, and we're just observing the way of the argument. What is he using for these arguments? What is he doing? Hit the like button and subscribe. So I'm gonna move on to part 2.
Okay, you should have mentioned it because I could have brought it.
We don't forget things about live animals.
All right, we can get seated. We'll get started.
This one right here is a doozy. You must be really, really understanding of the language. Press 1. You must understand their lingo and the role's lingo. What our role is as witnesses to the testimony. Press 1. Our role is to be competent, to comprehend at this point. We get to everything else because I don't want people pretending like they're understanding and they're not. I'm not going to let them go any further without comprehending the matter. So, the state, I want people to know, the state is playing the role of God. The governors are the distributors of those royalties or those sovereign packages or beneficiary packages that all of the white South Africans and the white Ukrainians and all the white folk can come over and use as a Trojan horse to come right up in this nation and pose 10, 20, 30 years from now as people that were here before you. That's just how it happens. And it's been a great role, like, figuring that all out. Like, that's just how it works. And people are like, well, so what we gonna do? What we gonna do? We're gonna sit down, learn, and comprehend the law. That's what we gonna do. Press 1.
So before we went on the break, I left you with some questions that I hope were a little bit perplexing. And, you know, the idea of rights versus privileges. Now, the Texas Constitution has several articles in it, and the very first article in the Texas Constitution is the Bill of Rights. Why is Article 1 the Bill of Rights?
Because that's the most important thing, and the rest of the Constitution should support that.
Right. Why do we have any government? Why don't we just say, well, let's get rid of government, we'll just have an anarchy? Why do we have any government at all? What's the purpose of government? To protect your rights. The Declaration of Independence says that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. So that the purpose of government is to secure the rights. Well, in a hypothetical situation, let's assume that we all love each other, we're all friends, we just, you know, hug and sway back and forth and sing Kumbaya. All right? If everybody loves each other, there's nothing for the government to do.
Told
it's
you.
only when I back over your mailbox.
The government is only there to make sure you don't do bad things. Press 1. If everybody is loving everyone in Christ, there will be no need for them. And they know it. Let's go.
And you want to start beating my brains out with a baseball bat, and the government steps in and says, well, wait a minute, you know, let's settle this peacefully. That's the only purpose for government. So, if you're going to have a constitution for Texas, the purpose of that government is to protect your rights. So you have to list what rights are being protected. That's why almost every state constitution lists the Bill of Rights first. The U.S. Constitution was basically backwards. They wrote the Constitution, they went, oh gosh, we kind of forgot. And so they added a Bill of Rights at the end. You know, kind of like a patch on the end, even before it really got started. Now, so if I have a right to do something, I don't require permission. So if I have a right to keep and bear arms, then I don't require a concealed carry permit. They are contradictions in terms. Did George Washington and Thomas Jefferson have gun permits?
Hell no. Hell no, they didn't. Did George Washington Gillespie and Thomas Jefferson Gillespie have gun permits? No. Quit playing. The right is there for the sovereign. The king has the right. Everyone is underprivileged. That's why they refer to black people, ghetto neighborhoods, as underprivileged. Because you are underprivileged. Because you are underprivileged. That's why. Damn, y'all. Damn. Lord have mercy, I'm great.
No, it was ridiculous. I mean, you were required to have a gun, basically, to defend the United States. So, if they didn't have a gun permit, and we do now, where was the first gun permit? When did we write the first gun permit?
You want to know this?
Just after what we call the Civil War.
Now wait. Now listen. You got to be permitted. Why is it that I can't own a gun where you black? See, there's an obstacle course waiting for you about everything you think you have a right to do. But you don't understand. You're underprivileged. And black underprivilege is dead in law. There's not one dead person more privileged than the other dead. You get it?
It's actually a war between the states. If you have a right to do something, you don't have to ask for permission. White people had rights.
Okay, and if you had property, black folk, which you were the property, they tethered you, so you were their property, remember? They had a right to burn you. They had a right to hang you. Everything was legal. Why? Because you are the property of the state, and the state gave them right to see fit with their property as they see fit. What aren't you getting? Let's go. So we're operating on 2-3 different Americas.
Black people were slaves. They had no rights.
Bingo.
But we passed the 13th Amendment, which says there's no more slavery.
Wow, unless you're a criminal. And when you're a criminal, you do bad things, you're going. So black people was labor criminals because they had no jobs at that time. Press 1. So they were made criminal and hunted down by the police officers and the sheriffs and sold to labor camps. Just like, thank you, it's called convict leasing. This is how the story went. So you were taken to the camp. This is how the overthrow happened. The 13th Amendment wasn't to free you. It was to enslave you. The 14th Amendment was to steal the beneficiary package that came with that. Go ahead.
Well, gosh, if there's no more slavery, then blacks and whites are all the same, right?
No.
So you're going to give the black people guns?
No. Oh.
After you've just had them in chains?
No, you're not going to give them nothing. They've already been placed under the color of law. Press 1. There's no such thing of white people at the time. The white people who's coming over here, we talked about this earlier, are Romans, are Romanians, or whatever you want to disguise yourself as this go around. They brought that with them. Once you went into the color of law, you died.
I don't think so. They may be a little upset with us. Giving them a gun may not be a real good idea this week. And so what we did was we gave blacks privileges.
Told you. Look, you don't have, they didn't give you privileges. They gave you privileges under a dead God system, a dead corpse with no conscience, not the authority of the divine ecclesiastical God that was used to orchestrate and formulate the laws of this nation. Once they took it out his hands and put it in their own, it became do what thou wilt. Your independence from George was an independence from God's divine order. Press 1. So they're stuck in a catch-22. How do you get out of this?
Okay? Well, this guy's not going to be really angry with it. We'll let him do it, but not this guy over here, because I can still see in his eyes he's angry. So blacks were given privileges with the 14th Amendment. How about a marriage license? Did Thomas Jefferson and George Washington have a marriage license? No. Today, just about everybody has one. Where was the first marriage license?
Nobody asking.
Right after the Civil War.
All that.
If two white people want to...
Civil War, civil law, civil war, civil law, civilian, all wrong. You're supposed to be under common law, but they stripped you and placed you in civil law, would officially made you a dead product on arrival. Insured, able to be burned. You know, because they all dead. You get it? One discrepancy in law can lead to a whole Holocaust. And won't nobody live to tell the tale of the great Virginians or the Victorians who built this nation. Press one.
Get married and have children, they have a right to do that. They can do anything they want with their property.
Told you.
Now, whites don't have to ask anybody for permission. Blacks we really didn't care. Two black people wanted to get together. We basically considered that animal husbandry.
Told you. Told you. How can they do this? How can they think, how can they speak this way and not feel convicted? That's crazy.
But what if a black person and a white person want to get married? Oh gosh, we can't have that. We can't allow mixing of the races now, can we? The white person can do anything they want. The black person can't. The black person has to get permission. So the first marriage licenses were permission for interracial marriages. And I have a copy of Black's Law Dictionary. Now this is Black's Law 3rd edition. This is about 1870s, I think.
Press one. You see that? You need a Black's Law. Hold on. If you don't got it, you need to go get one. Feel me? This is the spell book used by Canaanites to put you in. I don't know why you think that you finna do anything. You don't understand the laws they got you bound by. You think that the person who's sending you and about to give you a degree in the world is somehow mistaken or some shit. I'm not mistaken. I'm not lost. I see clearly. Press what? And I'm going to teach you how to stay consistent at thinking clearly. You want what I got? Press one. You want this shit? You're going to have to work for it. I'm the only one. Press one. I'm going to make this shit clear right now. You want this shit? Tears ain't finna get it. You want the answer? I'm not giving it to you. You can cry. You can say, oh, Kev, you wrong. You won't tell her. There is no reason to tell the final answer to if you're not even capable of understanding the words that is coming out of my mouth with an F. Press one. I fooled around with too many people who wanted answers, and you see what they do. They just run, and they think they gone with all my work, not knowing that this is great work, and it's limitless. It's limitless. I'm going to teach this forever. Press one. And while I'm teaching, Rico's going to be saying, Kev ain't redeemed nothing. Somebody else from the distance going to say, Kev not a blessing. Meanwhile, you're going to be going on about your life, understanding what you're listening to, what you're hearing, and say, Kev is a motherfucking blessing. Press one. So if I can tell you anything, get the books that we're recommending so you can understand the legalese that you're stuck in, that you didn't comprehend. It's going to take a while, but years fly by. I'm telling you that right now. Don't think it's hard. It's not hard to think like this. It's not hard for blessings to come. Nope. You just got to be down with God, and you got to show God you willing to go to war with the forces of evil in this world, the principalities of this shit. You got a friend down here. This ain't no game for no busters. That's what it's not. This is a man's game. You see that man up there, that white man with that nice shirt? Nigga, this a man's game. And you got to go to war using the same books they gave you to confine you with. That's redemption. When you learn that right there, you already learned it anyway. Most of y'all have been studied every sorcery book. Hold on, with a camera. Can I get technical? You already studied every horoscope. You studied every book already. Didn't take you too long. You still studying alchemy. All unconscious spirituality. It's time to switch on over. It's not making no sense because your necromancy isn't found in law. Guess who found it? Kev. Press 1. So get your funny looking necromancing evil ass over here. Stop reading comic books thinking you got some divine power and ain't nothing coming from your power but 500 million abortions and rent, and you've been lied to talking about you got freedom, but you only got privilege to rent from the banks who used usury against you, which is another crime. Another crime. Another crime, Razwan. So you got to understand that. They use usury against us as well.
Somewhere in that time frame. And there's an old book, and I've gotten a copy of it, and I've looked up marriage license. And it says, quote, a license or permission granted by public authority to persons who intend to intermarry. Right there in black and white. A marriage license is for mixed marriages. Well, eventually that was working so well that we just apply a marriage license to everybody. Why do you need permission? If you go to a wedding, how many people are in that contract? Well, you got the man, you got the woman, but that's not all. You've also got the state. The state is there giving you permission. Why? Because you asked. If you asked for permission, that's pretty good evidence that you needed permission. Why would you ask for permission if you don't need it? So you've got the man, the woman, and the state. There are 3 entities in this contract. So now the state has a vested interest in the outcome of this contract. Well, what is the general outcome of a marriage contract? You put a boy and a girl in a dark room for long enough, what's going to happen? Children. So now the state, because they are vested in this contract, they have a vested interest in the children. How can this social worker come to your door and say, you're not being a good parent, and take your kids away? Because they own them. If you have a marriage license, the state has partial ownership in your children. That's how they can demand that your children go to school. They want their children in school.
You see? You ain't got no power. You see the importance is of homeschool and you women teaching your children the necessities in the self-governed economy, a self one. You never even experienced that. Motherfuckers be thinking they got shit to do, and they don't. They on welfare, and they still don't want to provide. They don't want to teach their kids nothing. And a lot of people never knew this. Press 1, so shout out to y'all, but it's important. that you teach your children, but you got to know what you're teaching. So that's what marriage licenses do. Hand your children over to the state. Wow, not hand it, give them stake in that. Didn't know that. Don't think about these things that way. But these are the rules of the game within the federal system.
Schools. Now, if you don't get a marriage license, if you just say, hey, you're pretty good looking, you want to sleep together? What do they call that? That's a common law marriage. That's probably the only phrase where anybody knows the phrase common law.
Wow.
But what is common law? Well, gosh, I don't know. That's what two people... No, it's not. Two people get married. It is a common law marriage because it is based on property. And we will get to Article 3 of the Constitution.
So they got you women thinking, oh, back then, you was the property of the man. Yes, you were under common law and under your husband. But that's what you say as a Christian. You say that's God, and then you, and then them kids, and then the man. Press 1. So you're playing. That's what you doing. The average person is Antichrist.
Later this afternoon, and we will go into the levels of law in great detail. All right? Now, let's turn to page 6. And I want to bring up another concept. This is the concept of sovereignty. Sovereignty is the idea that you don't have to ask permission. You are the top banana. There's nobody to ask. I'm it.
Who I'm gonna ask? I'm not asking nothing. Press 1. Hit the like button. I'm not asking a damn thing. Press 1. I'm not asking a damn thing. You don't watch everybody who asks come out assed out. My bad. Man. Yeah, I don't watch everybody. Press 1. Crash out or end up assed out.
I am the decision maker.
Who's the decision maker? Me. The head. That's right. The head. You hear me roll purple? You hear me put my foot down? The head. Oh, Dugan. Look at all the Universe 25 women. Well, that don't technically mean the head. What if the head is no longer... They always looking for a way out. The head. If you don't have a head, how could the body live? Brother, what? On communism, socialist assistance, general relief, and Medi-Cal for the welfare. We're going to give you these food stamp. We're going to give you Section 8 housing. But all of that is ending at this moment in time. They like, boo, we want to be able to manipulate the government to do bad things and tell these men they ain't shit. No. No, it's over, champ.
Sovereignty is defined as the status, dominion, power, or authority of a sovereign. Royalty, supreme and independent power of...
Now, why would I be loyal to unroyals? Huh? You ever heard that saying loyalty over royalty? Because they don't know nothing. They're not sovereigns. Press 1. I'm the only one walking around royalty over loyalty, champ. No, they want loyalty. They like to be loyal to men and they all be caught the fuck up. No. Royalty, champion.
Is defined as the status, dominion, power, or authority of a sovereign. Royalty, supreme and independent power of or authority in government. Now, back in, let's say, the early 1700s or late 1600s, who was the sovereign in England? The king. He was the sovereign king. That's basically the only time we understand that word, is the sovereign king. Well, how did the king become sovereign?
Listen.
Well, there was a general idea referred to as the divine right of king.
I told you. Listen to him. It's divine by God. When you broke away from George, America, and it stole the citizens and the people away from George, they robbed God. They on the earth right now, talking shit, not knowing why everything, nigga, divine right to rule. They have no authority, no jurisdiction to stop the divine right to rule. There's no paperwork that you can fill out with them where there's a section, oh, divine right, see below. This is a different format of law.
Somewhere along the line, God smacked this guy in the head with his royal scepter, and he became the king.
Now you see how blasphemous he is? He descends. Press 1. That's right. See, they mock, but under the authority by way of the federal government. That's why man has been deceived. Such arrogance at what he's in already. Damn, but they needed to get rid of the king's authority to steal you.
He had all of the rights.
That's right.
Because he had all of the property.
That's right. Because it's his. Rico. Say it again, Rico. Y'all up under George. No, just stand back, Rico. I tell them. They all up under George. Press 1. All in Mortmain. Waiting. Just waiting. Tell them. You have no power, champion.
Who owned England? The king. It was his country. He owned it. Okay? And, he just happened to be born to the right person. Grew up in the right family.
Told you.
And they crowned him king. And everybody's going, okay, this is your land.
Told you.
Now, the king had all of the rights. All the people who live in England
had privileges.
Are subjects.
That's right. To the king. Follow the rules. Don't do bad things. Press what?
They get privileges. If I'm the king, I'm going to give you the privilege of being the royal baker.
Now, wait a minute. Ain't that what you got now? Privileges?
And I'm going to let you be the royal blacksmith. And you can be the royal candlestick.
That's right. I'm going to get it from you. You over there. These my guys. They're royal. Press 1. Under my authoritative stance in this world. That's ours right there. Yeah, you over here. Thank you. What you do? Swords? For so. Press 1. You are now a royal swordsman, blacksmith, sword creator for this army. Do good, young man. See, y'all just scary. Y'all like busters. You know what? Y'all some busters. In the words of 600, y'all some real busters out here. Y'all acting like y'all don't know what this is. They the ones who's stealing it. They want that. They want God, but they don't want that guy. They want to kill the George. They want to put him. They want to kill the great martyr George and put him on the wheel of death. Because he just won't get you up. Press 1, because you ain't going. Press 1, he just won't. That's why it's the great martyr, George. They stole that story and put it on Greek allegory gods. Press 1. Who see that perception coming in very clear? They put it on Greek and Roman nonsense gods and created a death coat around it. Okay. You scared to fight against it because you think you'll be doing something bad. No, you doing the right thing. Turn around, put your hands behind your back. Press 1.
It's a privilege, and I may not give it to anybody. You may be the only candle maker in the entire little shire.
That's right.
Isn't that great? No competition. Except if you piss me off, I'm going to take that privilege away from you.
Well, that happens in business all the time. You do something against the king, I find out you're doing something. you gonna regret for the sake of your family that you would have took this privilege. It's a privilege to get this contract. Remember? Okay, but in that world, you just say it. It ain't no contract. It is what it is.
So the king had all of the power and would give out privileges to all his subjects.
So what? When you go to what's that called? Disneyland. Mickey Mouse is the king. Press 1. So what? Why you acting like it's a bad thing? Mickey Mouse is the king, nigga. Goofy and them is the royal family. You walking around there, you are subject to the king's authority. If you do bad things, Mickey Mouse is sending your ass to jail, and he prosecuting, and they showing up. Him, Goofy, Pluto, all of them is coming to make sure you take your simple ass from stealing things out of Disney World, the kingdom of Mickey Mouse.
Now, a lot of us got in boats, came to North America, and we started, building our houses here. Eventually, we signed the Declaration of Independence.
Those are the colonies and stuff. Then they signed the Declaration of Independence. When they came over on them boats, press 1, in the 1900, not in the 1500s like Pilgrims, they lying. No wooden boats would have survived that trip. They lying. They making things up. Don't play with me, gang. We got the pictures of them on the boat. We got the real photo. Then they really did this. Let's go.
The Declaration of Independence. It is a letter to King George. And in so many words, we told King George to put it where the sun doesn't shine.
Press 1. Let him tell you. One more again.
Building our houses here. Eventually, we signed the Declaration of Independence. What is the Declaration of Independence?
What is it?
It is a letter to King George.
About what?
And in so many words, we told King George to put it where the sun doesn't shine.
Go ahead.
We no longer work for you.
Told you. Boom. Y'all hear that?
We are sovereign and independent.
We are sovereign and independent.
Instead of all this, instead of you getting all this power from God and then giving it out to us.
All of this power of God and giving it out to us, distributing the resources the way you are divinely orchestrated to do so, what we gonna do?
Willy-nilly, we are going to cut out the middleman.
We cutting out the middleman. We don't need an advocate. We don't even want nobody to speak for us. We don't want nobody connected to God. What do we want to do? What we want to do?
We're not going to have a king anymore.
We don't want a king. There's Jesus. There's the Christ. You see it? You see it? Do you see it? They put the Christ up, and the Romans judged the king and murdered him. You got it? That's what happened to your father. All of the stories Mel Gibson's and them came up with the walking and the beating and placed on this one, and it was looking like this, that's all romancing, fantasized. He was put on the torture wheel and murdered. He wouldn't give you up, family. Press 1. They took the Christ story from the story, and that's where the air comes. This is already written in natural. This is natural. Y'all hoping and waiting when it's already happened natural. It's natural. When this happens, he is from God. Okay? When this happens, he's from George. Spirit of God, Spirit of George. You in dead hands. Didn't Christ die and die? Go to what? You're dead. And all of the people that died with him. Okay, so it's nothing to fear. You already dead. Facts.
God is going to endow us.
Look, they're taking it.
With the rights. We've got the unalienable rights.
We got the...
With the rights. We've got the unalienable right. And independent.
Wow.
Instead of you getting all this power from God and then giving it out to us willy-nilly, we are going to cut out the middleman.
Here we go.
We're not going to have a king anymore. God is going to endow us with the rights. We've got the unalienable rights. Directly from God. We don't need you anymore. And furthermore, when we finished with the Revolutionary War, we got a allodial title.
Told you.
Who owned North America prior to the Revolutionary War?
The king.
The king.
Got there. Yes, sir. The king. It's written, champion. Press 1. It's written. The king. Was George a king? Yes. Was he a president? Yes. Was he also a regular person? Yes. That's what I'm telling you. They're like, the federal government is Prometheus, canonized. Press 1. The illegitimate fucking son who stole the eternal flame, God's power, and gave it to mere men who knew nothing of the law. Press 1. Hit the like button and subscribe. The best class in America. I got the best class in America. Press 1. And there you have it. An illegal conveyance from a living and true God to a dead corporation. And you're locked in there, Catholic, Arab man, and you need God. Press 1. Not God. You need God. Press 1. So y'all see what I've been saying this whole time? See, Karen, this is why I've been saying. I want you to know why I say it is the best time to be alive. I don't want you to think it, Ali. I want you to know why I say it. I want you to say to yourself, this nigga Kev said it's the best time to be alive. Not because we breathing and we finding all this out. No, I see the coming of the Lord, family. And it's just getting greater and greater. The knowledge is just going higher and higher. You know? And what better way is to get a white man to come on my program, press 1, and break it all down. Now that I've told you all the truth, now we can understand him a lot better. Press 1. We are not to do nothing. Just sit back and learn that we got 2 or 3 different Americas running simultaneously. Somebody don't pull the cover over our eyes. You feel me? We got the wrong conception of right, privilege, and all of this. Y'all fought, they got us thinking we fought from slavery when the king made human trafficking illegal. Not nobody from the United States House of Representatives, nothing. It all deals with the missing 100 years. See, the king made it all illegal. So the black pirates, what you call them pirates, they're the human traffickers, the Moors. Press 1. He shut all a human trafficking deeds down. Human trafficking is illegal. So that put all of the Spaniards on notice. If we catch you, you hanging. If we catch you, you going down. So what they did was the black buccaneer ass niggas, the ones who claim they Haitians and all this other shit, the Moors, different nations that was knighted by Rome. You understand what I'm saying? Holla at me then. Get up with Kev. You know, all of y'all that was knighted and put on the grand chessboard of your own fallacy. And your own fallacy, because Mr. Gillespie was born to give you the uppercut of your life. Press what? Kev is going to give y'all people on this earth the uppercut, the tiger uppercut you have ever seen ever. But you got to learn how to comprehend it to see it. Press 1. You just can't pretend it. You got to see it to believe it. The white man just told you, before this, you had King George over you. The third, Henrico. That's a brother who looked like me. Press 1. Hit the light. Let me see. Let me see. It looked like Kev. Press 1. It's in me blood, mate. Don't tell me who I am. I tell you who I am. You need to start telling people who you are. Stop with being worried about prophecies that you can't understand, champion. You never gonna know. Press 1, like Nipsey say, you never gonna know. Press 1. So you wanna be put on the grand chessboard and be knighted? Fine. I told you.
Calling all cars and phony rap stars that think they got me. I'm on some Superman shit now, they shouldn't have shot me. Cause I'm convinced that my squad is real and God has blessed me with the power to be hard to kill. I got a mind full of murderous thoughts. When none reach, I make them niggas bow. Feel me now with BTC, I ain't choosing sides. Hell nah, fuck everybody. It's Westside when I ride, watch for dead bodies. Lyrics are colorful, words are anesthetics. Problems are getting worked out faster than calisthenics. I'm bulletproof, blazed up on top of my man's roof. Hands on the fully AK, so what you plan to do? Move motherfuckers till they feel me. It's West Coast, nigga. Fuck New York. Now that everybody in me,
talk to him.
Shout at my homies,
now I'm a blast.
Screaming thug like motherfucker when I fucking Mr. Machiavelli moving pieces like telekinesis. It's like a chess game. Let's play with real pieces. Shots rang and niggas' brains will spill. Another bad boy affiliated nigga was killed. Mr. Machiavelli moving pieces like telekinesis. It's like a chess game.
Like a chess game.
Shots rang and niggas' brains will spill. Another bad boy affiliated nigga was killed.
We know you used to put in work. That's
so.
Nigga, we see your paperwork.
They told.
All these niggas either sniffing glass or they living off the glass. While I'm blowing money fast with my bros. Lately I've been seeing niggas sell they soul. How you catch a case and bail out on parole? So, I've been state to state getting money on the road. Had to reevaluate
who I could talk to on the phone and switch it up.
Spit the game, pay attention.
You should listen up.
Follow code, then one day you will get rich as us. 7-digit street nigga, that ain't rich enough. 40 million on the crib like that nigga Puff.
Them niggas buying yachts, niggas buying jets.
Make me wanna buy the block just to reinvest. And my young niggas catch it for us, nothing left.
Catch it for it, nothing left.
Mr. Machiavelli moving pieces like telekinesis. It's like a chess game. Let's play with real pieces.
You gotta
Shots
like.
rang and niggas' brains will spill. Another bad boy affiliated nigga was
feel
killed.
that.
Mr. Machiavelli moving pieces like telekinesis. It's like a chess game. Let's play with real pieces. Shots
I only listen to real rap. Press 1. I only listen to real rap. That's it. Like if it ain't nip or something progressive, or something constructive, or something that makes you smoke a blunt vibe to, that's on some realistic shit, I ain't really trying to feel that shit. I hear it though, but I ain't trying to feel that because that's not constructive. Press 1. Let's play a chess game, but let's play with real pieces. See, that's real to me. All that behind the scene, no, you see how I'm gliding across the board like that? Look, boom. That shit do. Oh, you just a small piece of pawn shit. You really ain't on nothing you portraying. Press 1, you not doing nothing you talking about. Gotta go, champion. Gotta go. You just playing. Press 1. Because that's what bishops do. We move that way. Press 1. We move in the way you get up on you. We get up, make sure, see if you even can make a move. You can't. You're not even designed for it. Press 1. Not even designed for it. You got to come here with it, champion. Once you get to this white man and catch this white man up there like this how you catch him. You catch them with their hands out like this. The motherfucking king. Press 1. That's my king. Hit that like button and subscribe. I told you. This has to do with hereditary stuff. That ain't even your book, little man Rico. You read a family book trying to come up with allegory concepts to validate yourself. You're like, oh, I think I'm learning something. You pick it apart with others is saying, never with your own mind, because you would have seen it was a living will and testament. Champ.
He sent his people in the boats, they set up a flag, said, I hereby declare this land property of the king. Well, guess what? We took our property and said it belongs to us. We have rights. We have property. First time in human history. Amazing. So, we got the Declaration of Independence, basically.
So he just admitted that they are antichrist. Yes. Yes. First time they fought for their and gained independence. Okay.
Which severs all of our ties with the king and makes us sovereign citizens.
So you're not even tethers. Y'all were tethered. Remember, you're sovereign citizens. But you end up being alive because now you're just civilians under Roman civil law. You thought you were sovereign citizens. You thought you was getting sovereign citizenship. You wasn't. You got banks.
We've got all the power. Now, this is such an incredible change in the way that everything was going that they had to go back to England and explain it. Now,
Now, wait. They had to go back to England and explain it. This is treason. Now, catch that one.
William Pitt was one of our guys, and he went back to England after the Constitution was ratified, and he went to the House of Commons, basically Parliament.
That's all them.
And he explained the way the situation was now. And he said, quote, the poorest man may, in his cottage, bid defiance to all the forces of the crown. Can you imagine living in England and bidding defiance to the king? What happens when you tell the king no? You end up being short. You have no place for a hat.
I told you, decapitated. That's where you are.
You never tell the king no. But here in the United States, people, the poorest man, may bid defiance to the king. Now we're talking about the shack. It says it may be frail. Its roof may shake. The wind may blow through it. The storms may enter. The rain may enter, but the King of England cannot enter. All his forces dare not cross the threshold of the ruined tenement. So how much power does the king have in the United States? Zip.
It's crazy that they've placed themselves as the United States fighting against the king. That's crazy. Zero. They're deniers.
None. Nada. Who's in charge? We are. We have 285 million sovereign citizens in the United States. 285 million kings and queens.
Souls.
If I own my land, I make the law. This is Badnaric's law. Now, I only have a little tiny kingdom, a couple thousand square feet. I can't come next door and make laws in your kingdom. That's your kingdom. You make the laws there. But here, I'm the king. It's good to be king. Right?
Wow.
Being sovereign doesn't mean, oh, I got this really great recliner so I can watch the Super Bowl. It means you are sovereign. You have nobody to answer to but yourself.
And is that true? No. As they found out, the word of God remains the same.
And your queen standing next to you, whatever she says. But that is basically...
And what do you think they did with the king's people? The freemen and the sovereigns under the king? They murdered them. Who are those people? Your forefathers. You can't claim George's estate and the people in the ground and all of these things because you want some form of false sense of liberty and freedom. See how that goes? Hell, you do that, you're going to start thinking those people at those grave sites are you. Who's to stop you? Then you start changing time and when you were even here. You see? Let's get to it.
The general idea. Now, the Constitution says, we the people ordain and establish.
A sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. Now, how did he notice that? A catch-22 before, but didn't know a sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. Now you got all these black folk talking about what? They sovereign citizens? They're Moors? Come on, bro.
Establish the Constitution. When we the people wrote the Constitution, we create Congress. Now, if we create Congress, who works for who? Do they work for us, or do we work for them? Now, as far as I can tell, they're supposed to work for us. Now, there is a presumption of law that predates the Magna Carta. Magna Carta was signed in 1215.
You look.
So even before that...
Look, they're going before they even, why are they even honoring and talking Magna Carta when they just told the king, we separating from you? The Magna Carta is not even supposed to be on your mind.
It was understood that the created can never be higher than the creator.
So they placed themselves over the Magna Carta. The Magna Carta is the father of the Constitution. The Constitution and independence is the rejection of, I got my own. It's Satan, if you ask me.
If I make something, I've got to be more powerful than that because I created it. My father used to tell me when I was a boy, I brought you into this world, I can take you out. That's how we should respond to Congress. How did Congress show up? Has it always been there? No. We invented Congress. We, the people, created Congress.
You didn't create nothing. When that word, we the people, was wrote, it wasn't even we the people. You wasn't even there. It was the Lloyds of London and all these guys.
And if we don't like it,
speaking on your behalf,
we can take them out.
You can't take them out. You can't do nothing. Why? Because you don't know legalese. You're trying to figure it out.
We can abolish.
And to be honest, you were brought over. If you stop it, you're going back home to Ukraine or Russia or Poland or Italy or somewhere over there. If they stop, you're going to find out you're not even from here.
Congress and start over from scratch if we, the people, feel that's what we need to do. We have sovereign power. Everybody say, it's good to be king. Come on, everybody. It's good to be king. You got to at least say it. Doesn't that feel good? Don't you feel a little bit of your liberty and rights coming back? So, on page 7 and 8, I have gotten permission from another patriot out on the internet who, prefers to remain anonymous, but is a 2-page article on what is a sovereign individual, and I genuinely recommend that you read that. In fact, probably at the next break. But it goes on to say that there are different levels of sovereignty. The first level
it's by way of Congress. He gets to enjoy the liberties. Good. You can be... Okay, got that. Yeah, so they got approved by Congress. This is all... They're caught in the catch-22.
Mental sovereignty. You at least have to think of yourself as a king. You got to wake up in the morning and go, it's good to be king. If you don't think it, you're never going to get the other kind. Now, the second form of sovereignty is financial sovereignty. You've got to get all of your stuff, all of your property protected so that the bad guys can't take your property away. And then, eventually, physical sovereignty. That's where, we're actually there. Nobody's going to mess with you because they recognize that you're the king. We're not there yet. We are struggling to get there, but it is a struggle. And again, for some people, you may not want to struggle that hard just yet. But go through and read that at your earliest convenience. Again, maybe the next break or through lunch. And that will give you a really good idea of what sovereignty is. So now, I have a political question. I'm on page 9 of your handout at the top of the page. The philosophical question is, if we, the people, are sovereign, do we have the authority to violently overthrow the government if necessary? Now that's kind of a dangerous question even to ask, because you're automatically labeled an extremist and a radical.
That's right. So there's no way out. They're coming. You can say, yeah, all you want to, but you already overthrew the king, which would have protected you. You have no protection. You're open for Satan. You have no protection. Who you gonna call? Ghostbuster? You've already, you sold out already. You came over. That's why until the sins of Esau is fulfilled, until that's done. He's talking Antichrist rhetoric. He's talking more than that. He's talking out of both sides of his neck, trying to create the argument for a rebellion of the same magnitude as before. What they don't get is they have no standing. They have no rebellion. They rebelled and got what they got, which was Roman civil law, which is under the sea, under the control of Achilles.
Well, so was Patrick Henry. Give me liberty or give me death doesn't sound like he's sugarcoating it. Now, the Declaration of Independence, if you haven't read...
They have honored their oath? I don't understand what you mean.
The Declaration of Independence recently do so. It is probably the most wonderful document written by humankind.
Wow, because humankind is them. Press 1. Humankind is them. So their God is their forefathers who rebelled against the sovereign king and his sovereign subjects who were under him. So what you got from that? What paperwork you gonna file to break free from that? And for what reason? What you gonna do? You just want to go be a citizen of another place, or you want to go to the Bahamas? What's the point? We're gonna talk about all that. Let's go.
And part of it says that the reason for our government is that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. That when any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Not just tyrannical governments, but any government. Democracy, republic, if it's not working for you, get rid of it. That governments long established should not be changed for light or transient causes. You don't want to overthrow the government just because you got another parking ticket. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for their future security. So not only do you have a right to overthrow the government, but you have a moral obligation to do so. Ever been to the mall and had somebody else's kids running all over the place swinging from the chandeliers? You know, they're just being a royal nuisance. Haven't you ever wanted to just go over and slap the parents?
Why? That's within their sovereign right. Why do that? Remember? Do whatever you want.
Who's responsible for those little monkeys that are causing everybody else grief?
Look.
The mom and dad. And if they are not, responsible for their children, they are the ones that ought to get slapped.
I told you. You hear it? Now this is
And the kids probably ought to be reined in a little bit too. Who's responsible for Congress? We the people. And if Congress is in Washington, D.C. doing all sorts of vile...
You got it all wrong, champion. We the people is Congress.
...and evil things, who's responsible? We the people. We've got nobody to, blame but ourselves. We have been rotten parents. And it's time that we grabbed our brat and shook it by the shoulders and put it back in its place. Now, if you think I am radical, let me share with you some thoughts from some of the founding fathers. Thomas Jefferson said, "And this country, with its institutions, belong to the people who..." Thomas Jefferson. "And what country can preserve its liberties if its rulers are not warned from time to time that this people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time."
So you got a tree of life and a tree of... Wow. Y'all hear this? Who broke from a certain tree? See that?
"With the blood of patriots and tyrants." Right? We are talking bloodshed if necessary.
Now watch this. Adam and Eve bitten and eaten from that tree and was put in the world, banished from the Eden. We too. Same thing.
Abraham Lincoln. "This country, with its institutions, belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of their existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it or their constitutional right to dismember or overthrow it.
So it is not only a right, it is a duty of yours to be a constitutionalist and uphold the law. And not get rid of the law, but fulfill it. And make sure that the law is the law. And those pledged by it must honor their oaths. So anywhere within the law, I find discrepancy, boom. My thing is, what you say, Ali, they took an oath to go against the king, so they must honor that. No, they must honor their law. They're rebellious. How are you going to get them to honor their law? Press 1. How are you going to do it, Ali? They took an oath to go against the king. That's easy. That's a sentence. How are you going to get them to honor their oath? Remember, it's Achilles now. Remember, that big old white man ain't no joke. Undefeated. Press 1. How you gonna do it, Ali? That part is the easy part to say it. Now explain your theory, sir. Go ahead.
He also said, we the people are the rightful masters of Congress and the courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who pervert the Constitution. How do you know if the Constitution's been perverted if you haven't read it?
Oh.
Let me give you a little commentary on the Holocaust. The Holocaust is generally deemed to be the worst travesty in human history. 5 or 6 million Jews. I don't know what the actual count was.
It's much lower than that. The real tragic is what Miss Margaret Sanger and the federal government did to the people who was here before them. That's the real untold Holocaust, the legal burning of our people.
But it was a lot of people. They did a genocide. They tried to wipe out an entire race.
Told you.
Hitler did not take Germany by force. He did not drive in with army tanks. Hitler was elected. Anybody have any idea what the vote count was? What his percentage of the total was? 98%.
Chancellorship.
In Austria-Hungary. That's just about everybody. Everybody voted for Hitler because he was going to solve all their economic problems.
By doing what? Getting rid of you.
Did Hitler get elected on Monday and start throwing people into ovens on Friday? No. It was a gradual process. The first thing that Hitler did was start to write newspaper articles.
Calling black people monkeys. Genetically inferior. See? It's the same thing.
Everything that was going wrong was the Jews' fault.
The black people did it.
They're the ones that caused
God's people did it. It was them again.
all these problems.
There's too much royalty. There's too much. If they had just shared, everybody would be all right. So we got to overthrow them. We got to overthrow them. They don't got silver spoon. They eating in Victorian home. They dressed up real good. Got grand pianos and oil paintings in their home. And they don't even know what that stuff is worth. So they would say to themselves, let's go.
The Jews write their own newspaper articles and go, I disagree. Well, not that I can think of. I've never read any newspaper articles that, contradicted any of that. So then the Jews had to wear the Star of David so we can tell who you are. Did they say, no, that's a violation of my privacy. I don't have to tell you whether, I'm Jewish or not.
No, the Jews decided, well, it's a religious symbol. We love God. We should be proud to wear the Star of David.
Well, that ended up marking him.
Eventually, the Germans came in and they broke all of the windows in all of the Jewish businesses.
Told you, doesn't that sound like the Wobblies and what happened to us? And burned everybody and hung all the men, shipped all the women. Damn, huh?
In one weekend. Saturday night was known as Crystal Night.
Oh, no, shit. We know it as motherfucking the massacre. Press one.
Which is German for Night of Glass. You couldn't walk up and down the sidewalks because they were filled with glass. Did the Jews rise up and say, now, damn it, you're violating my property. You shouldn't do that? No.
Why?
Gosh, we don't want to make the Germans any madder than they already
See?
are. We want to just kind of go along to get along.
This would have happened in America. The Articles of Confederation was where the Constitution was drafted from. It's all racist. It's all about drafting things after the overthrow. It's all early 1900s, late 1800s.
Don't piss them off. They've got guns. Eventually, the Germans are loading them up into cattle trailers on the train.
Look. Now, who that sound like? Listen.
Where do you think you're going? On vacation?
They're going to the camps.
Where do you think they're going to take you? Well, now you're cold and naked, and they're walking you into the ovens.
I told you.
You're going to go to mass execution. Is it time now to raise your hand and say, you know, I tend to disagree with all this? Bang! You're dead. It's too late to complain. You should have complained at the beginning.
Told you.
When you at least had a chance. My question to you, and I don't expect you to answer it, just think about it in your head. How bad do things have to get before you do something?
Oh.
Do they have to take away all your property?
Oh.
Do they have to license every activity that you want to engage in?
Talk to them.
Do they have to be throwing you on cattle cars before you start to say, now wait a minute, I don't think this is a good idea?
Kev told me.
How long is it going to be before you finally resist and say, no, I will not comply? Period.
Press one. Now, I'm going to stop the video there. I got one supporter today. I want to give him a shout out. Press one. Let me see who this was. I think it was my man. I got to give my shout outs for today. All this brand new information into the world. I told him, hey, whether you support or you don't, Kev is going to be here in class doing what he got to do to make sure people are studying. You feel me? Law school is about to, well, we only study the law, no allegory. We're breaking down the myths in a way. Shout out to Robert Lane Jr. Shout out to you, champion, and that $5 contribution to this program. God bless your heart, champ. You know, but we're going to talk more about this. I'm going to be breaking this down in more depth, but I have to see if the people are responding to the information by Q&A or something. This is a lot of work. This is a lot of information being broke down, and your comprehension level is going to determine just how far you are behind so I can help you out. Hit that like button, subscribe, KevRow. Wait, who is this? Tracy. Shout out to you for the spirit of truth. Thank you, Queen. I so appreciate that. Shout out to you and Robert Lane. But Tracy, shout out to you for contributing to today's program. I will be back. Tracy, think of some questions, Tracy. Think of some questions, and I'll try my best to answer them when we come back. You know, I'm trying to stay around and get to questions, but if you don't got none, it's okay. I mean, it's not okay. Like, what's this? Yeah. It's not okay, but it is what it is. Shout out to y'all. I hope y'all learned something. If you didn't, only thing I can say is you should have asked more questions. And as always, family, I'll holla.